Hello, Internet, and welcome to Hearts of Stone. We are here to play some Blades in the Dark, and we're super excited to have you here with us. Before we get rolling, going to talk about what we've got going on the channel this week. Should be pretty much business as usual. We will have our next stream after this one will be our next installment of Red Jenny, our Dragon Age GT on Monday. Come hang out with us for that at 8 o'clock. Otherwise, only two shows going on the channel right now. So just hang out for both of those. Also, check out our YouTube. We got a ton of stuff up on there for you to enjoy. Just find a way to spend. Holidays are coming up. Some people will be off work. You might have some time to watch an extra show or two. Would love for you to do that and like a video, comment, whatever you feel up to. I think that is about it as far as announcements go. I don't have anything else new. So I will go ahead and let my lovely players here introduce themselves, talk about who they are, what they do on and off this channel, and who they are playing tonight, starting as always with Van.
The music being different is just making me feel like I have to go really fast.
The music being different? Wait, what?
My Spotify is like cycling through your music that you usually play.
Oh, is it?
I'll fix it. Hi, everybody. I'm Van, and I'm going to fix the stream. You can find me on the internet at Van, but Wilder, wherever you find people on the internet, most hanging out on Discord, streaming here a couple of times a week until we get back to some of our other shows, and also over on Hack Recklessly on Sunday nights. Tonight, I am playing Glass, who is the Whisper.
I believe I'm next. Hey, I'm Christina Sid. You can find me on the internet at Greek Sid if you really want to dig hard and solve a mystery or whatever. I'm here Mondays, Tuesdays, and Saturdays. And otherwise, yeah, you can find me in the Discord. I guess. Hi. Today, I am playing Salome, who is our group's Spader.
I believe in a thing called love. Hello, everybody. I'm RJ. You can catch me at RJustice282 on the interwebs. Today I'm playing Fume, who is the Hull.
That just leaves me, everybody. I am Wings, also known as Danae Keener. You can find me at DanaeKeener.com, doing nerdy drawings, mostly related to D&D and a lot of things on this channel. Today I am playing as Grackle, who is no longer our hound, but is now our ghost.
Ooh, spooky scary. DanaeKeener.com. Hi, everyone. I am
DanaeKeener.com.
Ooh.
That just sounds like the old SNL announcer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And today's guest, DanaeKeener.com.
I'm sorry. Can we now do our intros like that in the SNL announcer?
Introducing.
Take us off.
Van, but wilder.
A new car! Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Hi, everybody. I'm Val, and I've already gotten us off the rails.
And that one was on you.
Yeah, that was on me. Hi, everyone. I'm Val. You can find me at the Kraken's Crown, lurking around the internet. I am here a couple days a week playing running games. I run this game and Red Jenny. And then I'm also around Hack Recklessly on Sundays. We'll be finishing up Playthings of the Gods in a couple weeks. I think on the 24th is when we will be having our finale over there. So join us for the end of this massive combat that we're doing. That's it, though. So if y'all are ready to get started, we will jump into a quick recap and get going. All right. Previously on Hearts of Stone, following the events of your last job in the assassination of Mylera Clev, Salome had some quiet time. Fume got blamed for a power outage. Grackle made a demon friend and ghosted the crew. And Glass facilitated a spiritual awakening. And after some we had some quality like therapy time with the crew in the aftermath of Grackle's return from the dead. And I think where we picked up last time after that sort of tense exchange was talking about what job you want to do next and kind of your ultimate goals as a crew. Grackle working on trying to understand what it's like to be a ghost, being helped by glass along the way. Everything else kind of has to keep going. Life goes on, and you have a megalomaniac in charge of the city that you are now dealing with.
Long after the thrill of living is gone.
Let's talk. So at the end of our last session, we said we were going to spend the next 2 weeks to figure out exactly what job we wanted to do next time. We did not do this.
Nope.
Instead, we remembered at the beginning of this session that we need to do that. So we're going to talk for a second as a crew to figure out kind of where y'all want to go next with this job. I think what had been pitched last time was looking to gain some territory, some turf in Crowsfoot, considering that the Red Sashes have now been ousted. They were the like primary faction in that territory, and now that they are gone, there's a bit of a kind of power vacuum here. You would assume there's a power vacuum that you could potentially fill if you jump on it fast enough. So I don't think we got much further than that, kind of which job you wanted to, or like what kind of score you were looking to do here and what your end goal was. But I also don't think you necessarily know who you're trying to take turf from in this territory at this point. So there's a lot of questions that we might need to resolve through some role play and maybe some roles. But are there any thoughts, questions? Do you all want to talk out of character about anything? Is there anything in character you want to talk about? As we are still in kind of a form of downtime.
So, what are we doing with Grackle's body? Are we sending that off to the Baron to confirm her death, or like...
We were working on preserving that.
Yeah. But I think there was talk of like, hey, we gotta prove that my lyric killed Grackle.
I think we ultimately decided to say that she got away.
Yes.
Okay.
That she mortally wounded her, but that she got away.
Yes.
I'm just saying, you send that body off to the Baron, you're not getting it back.
I know.
I mean, it might show up again.
Just not in the way you think. Yeah.
We're moving a couch in the jewelry box. We find Grackle's body underneath it. Oh, that's where
Sorry.
that is.
We've been on kind of a Silence of the Lambs kick, and I immediately got into the Baron wearing a Grackle skin suit. And
Oh.
No. Because now I just imagine the Baron as Buffalo Ted, and then Grackle's body's in the well.
sorry, Buffalo Ted. You mean
Buffalo Bill, sorry.
Wait, who's Buffalo Ted?
I think Ted is actually the name of the actor who plays Buffalo Bill, so I think I know where you were going with that.
Yeah.
Listen, you can remember the name of that one actor. Leave me off of this one.
Doesn't he also play like the chief in Psych? It's the same actor. He just had like totally rebrand.
No, it's Ted Levine.
Ted Levine. Okay.
Anyway, we got off topic, but yes.
Sorry.
That's where my brain went. I'm glad you joined me there, RJ.
No problem.
But yeah, no, as far as the Baron is aware, the information that you have leaked out there, that
Mortally
story that
wounded
you're
Grackle.
hoping to go, is that Grackle is still alive and killed my lair.
He's the chief and
attacked
monk.
my lair.
Never mind.
Yeah, because Psych gets Lassie.
Yeah.
Who is King Richard in Gallivant?
Yes,
Move on.
correct.
Sorry, I'm sorry. We haven't seen each other in 2 weeks, okay? We like need to have our
Has it
moment.
been 2 weeks?
really
I
need
thought
to
we
hang
met
out
last
some-
week.
You guys
No,
need
no.
to hang out more, you know?
We should hang out. You guys ever thought we should hang out?
I don't know.
What the fuck is the
occasionally.
actor's name? Because my brain's going Timothy Oliphant, and that's not fucking
No,
him.
Timothy Oldmanson.
Yes. Yep. Okay.
We got there.
We got there in the end.
Gary Oldman.
Yep.
These are all
Yep.
these are all just
Uncredited
a
as
Venn
one of
diagram.
the major villains in one of the Silence of the Lambs movies.
Oh, yeah.
Guy with all the prosthetics on
Yeah,
his
yeah,
face.
yeah, yeah.
That's,
I remember.
that's Gary Oldman in there.
Anything else we want to get out of our systems here?
No, but something will come to me.
Okay.
Who's in Crowsfoot right now? Other
Yeah,
than the
who
Red
is in
Sashes?
Crowsfoot right now?
So that is a good question. I'm trying to decide if that's something I just give you or if that's something you might have
We
to
gotta
do
roll about it.
some information gathering for, because things have changed. There's a lot going on in the city, so it makes sense that you might not know y'all are gonna know everything that's happening all around the city all the time. So,
Why
yeah,
not?
Haunting. Grackle's just riding around the city and like not sleeping or anything. Like, I'll go haunt. Let me haunt Crowsfoot.
Hunt
be
and
Grackle's
haunt are
foot
only
by the
one
end of
letter
it.
off.
It's true.
you can definitely go do some snooping around in Crowsfoot as a ghost.
Call it a survey.
Yeah, I think
Only if you say it like that again. A survey.
Survey.
Let me get up my character sheet because I need to remember what they do. Survey is study a location or situation, understand what's going on, sense trouble before it happens, gather information about opportunities or exploits. Yep, that sounds like exactly what you need to do.
That's
So yeah,
me.
roll survey. This will be, I'll say, controlled standard
Oh.
effect.
Alrighty. I got a 6.
Nice. So, yes. So Crowsfoot has had a very tumultuous history in the past few years. There are a lot of Crowsfoot, its location in the city has sort of led to some of this. It is a kind of a crossroads of Dustfall in many ways. You have like the illicit activity of Silk Shore, you have the labor and trade in the docks, as well as like poverty in the southern area in Char Hollow, and the like charter hall kind of political sphere leads the Crowsfoot to having a lot of traffic of a lot of different people coming through it. It's not the most affluent area by any stretch. It's actually, like, I would say, more of a working class borough than most other places. We've spent a little bit of time there in character, but I just wanted to kind of set the scene here again. This is not necessarily the like shanty towns that you get down in like Barrowcleft or Dunslow, or is kind of the like more impoverished area of Char Hollow. This is more of like a working class area, as much as Dustfall has that. And that has, being this central like kind of hub within the city, has led to many factions trying to get their hands on it and lock it down as their territory. The most sort of troubling, or the biggest conflict in recent years, came from the skirmishes between the Crows, a former faction in Crowsfoot, and the Red Sashes. The Red Sashes end up winning that turf war and ousting the Crows as the foremost gang in this territory. So with the Red Sashes now gone, or at least diminished to the point where they are no longer of relevance within Crowsfoot, you kind of doing your ghostly nighttime patrols and keeping an eye on the city streets, you see that the opportunities here are still abundant. Like, there are groups that you can see, that you clock, like up and coming little small like gangs and cohorts that are making plays for different sections of the city, or of this borough. A lot of them are like you wouldn't recognize as like a major player. Like, we're talking about like tier 0 factions, like where y'all started. Essentially, these are groups of like 5 or less people trying to like lock down like a street or a corner or something along those lines. So you're not seeing like a huge, but there's a lot of like different pieces, different puzzle pieces, kind of trying to lock things down right now. With a 6 though, I will tell you that there are a few factions that are kind of the biggest players that seem to be kind of courting some of these smaller ones to like, we're going to bring you into the fold. You see several like dealings and like whispers and bars and people having conversations and shaking hands and trading things, discussing sort of like arrangements that they're making to sort of give tithe to new, more powerful, more prominent factions from other boroughs that are kind of pushing in this way. The factions that you recognize that are making the biggest push here, number one on your radar, I believe, would be the Hive. Considering that you have dealt with them previously, y'all stole some territory for them in Silkshore. You see several of their members. They're mostly a guild of like merchants, or they largely do like trade deals and like lockdown and bribery and stuff like within like kind of the merchant class, that trade like in contraband. So the Hive is kind of moving in here, like trying to take on some of the businesses here and bring them into their fold. You also have the what was the other one I had here? You see several members of the Wraiths as well, kind of making plays within the city. Not necessarily the same point of the like the Wraiths more operating on corners and doing jobs in areas that they wouldn't have before with the Red Sashes there. I would say like in the game mechanics terms, it's not that they have claimed this as their turf, but they are now more brazenly doing jobs in places that they would not have previously if the powers that be were still in control here. The Hive is making more of like, making more deals and trying to make this into more of their turf currently. And the last one that I had here, the last gang that is making a push and kind of in direct contradiction to what the Hive is trying to do by establishing some kind of like the Hive wants organization, they want structure, they want merchants and businesses, and that, so they can funnel their contraband to it. There's a gang called the Grinders that is a little, not the biggest gang, they're like tier 2 if we're talking game mechanics, but they are bigger and more influential than a lot of like the smaller groups that you've seen scattered around here, and they're sort of facilitating that chaos. They are like former dockers and Leviathan blood refinery workers from Scoveland that have since like immigrated to Dustfall, and are just trying to kind of like fuck things up here. And now that there is a bit of chaos in Crowsfoot right now, they're wanting to keep that going. You see a lot of like vandalism and destruction of a lot of the shop corners and the things that the Hive are trying to like lock down. It seems like the Grinders are in a very kind of indirect way trying to stall that from happening.
I feel like Salome is a little like, damn, we lost time trying to do exactly what people are already doing, which is kind of conglomerate some of the smaller groups into coming our way.
To be fair, we've had our own share of issues.
Leaves that unacknowledged. Remind me, how did we piss off the Hive?
We stole some of their merchandise.
You did a job targeting the Hive for the Red Sashes. I think it was one of your first jobs. You stole their, was it? I think it was some Dream Smoke or some like
Dream
Lotus,
Smoke, yeah.
That's right.
from them. Yeah.
And then in the end, I think Fume kept the whole shit ton of it.
Yeah, well, essentially, like you stole it and then sold it through your and paid some tithes to the like made some business arrangements with the Red Sasha. They mostly
Yeah.
just wanted the hive not to be selling it. They didn't really care about getting the merchandise themselves.
Yeah.
My Lyra just wanted the hive not to impede on their territory, which
Yeah,
seems
this-
to be exactly what they are doing currently. Is like my Lyra is no longer an issue here. The Red Sashes are done. My Lyra's moved on to bigger and better things. We now can step in and take control here.
This might be concerning. This is Sid not remembering because we've played so many sessions of this game already. But I'm just going to play it off as Salome, kind of concerningly, not remembering what we've done. And how do we piss off the wraiths?
I can remind y'all out of character if you want
Yes,
me
please.
to. The rates were the ones that had when you took your like thief contacts, like I forgot which upgrade. It was a piece of territory that y'all got. I think it was the
Oh, didn't I blow up a bunch of wraiths?
So you blew up their lair. It was
Where we saw the first murder robot, right?
Yeah,
drops.
it was the covert drops. You
Got it.
stole their covert drops, like
Setup.
like network within Silkshore. Yeah.
Really keep a better list of who we've pissed off.
Sorry. Normally, steel trap. All right. I feel like one may be a little bit easier to write off as just business as usual than the other.
All right.
The hive, obviously.
Yes, yes.
Killed so many of those wraiths and blew up a large portion of their underground. I'm honestly surprised they haven't fucked with us more already.
I mean, the Hive probably doesn't even know it was us who stole their wares to begin with. Maybe, I don't know. If anything, we could always send a fruit basket.
Perhaps we could offer an olive branch in the way of finding them something that they'd like more than control of Crowsfoot.
Well, we better start digging then. I haven't the foggiest idea what we could ever offer.
Well, perhaps
sure we
not
can find something.
us.
Oh, fuck!
They've been there the whole time.
I know. You just got really quiet for a while. And my object permanence is not where it exactly used to be. I'm getting old.
Getting.
Look, as a second oldest person in this room, I just appreciate that you're one above me, so...
Youth these days.
All right, Grandpa, let's get you to bed.
I saw a dragon! I saw a dragon! Alright, Grandma. Off you go.
Yeah. Could we maybe roll for a little more information? I feel like Hive might be an easier
Turn.
turn than
The wraiths.
the folks
I
whose
mean,
murder robot we blew up and
well, you know, there's always the option of a hostile takeover.
I think there's enough of that going around at the moment.
True.
well, I'm not saying that can't be a plan B, but
Has there ever in the history of Duskfall been like a round table of all the gangs? Because I think at this point we just need to get people together and go, hey,
This
is what
dude!
the Baron
Enemy
is
of my
doing.
This
enemy.
dude!
There is currently no pirate king of Dustfall. Unfortunately.
Can we
Not-
take care of the Baron first, and then we
Pirate
can go back to
Parliament,
fucking each other
maybe?
over?
Pirate Parliament, and we meet.
How do we feel about me becoming
This
the
is getting-
pirate king of
I love the idea of this getting very Gangs of New York. And,
What's the name of those islands up in the channel? And we meet
Tangletown?
in Tangletown.
in Las Vegas. Cool. That's
Isn't that what it's
dope as fuck.
yeah.
Tangletown's the
Make
like
it
the
up.
little one in the middle. Were you
Yeah.
talking about the little one in the middle, or like the creepy islands like above us on the big map? Wings.
Oh, next to White Crown.
Tangletown.
Tangletown. Oh, okay.
Tangletown.
Tangletown is the,
sounds
like, neutral-
adorable.
That is the like neutral territory. Like that I think we talked about it like a session or two ago
Yeah.
too. That is considered like
Perfect place for a
a
pirate's parliament.
it's kind of
It's like
like a
Tortuga.
thieves haven, like neutral ground for all factions
It's-
to like
It's literally Tortuga,
yeah, that's kind of the vibe.
except it's
So-
got an adorable name.
It has an adorable name.
Tangletown.
I
We
expected
shall meet in Tangletown on the morrow.
Just in my brain, and I don't know why, but it's just like a rainforest cafe. There's like vines and stuff everywhere. I don't know
A
why.
post-apocalyptic.
Electronic.
Oh, the thing.
In my brain, it's just like a rainforest cafe over there.
yeah. Well,
All the things I thought you were gonna say that Tangletown reminded you of.
It just makes me
Not a
Rainforest
rainforest.
Cafe.
it just makes me
was
think of
fucking
like
nowhere near. Not
It's
even
that
on
part
my
of the
list.
mega mall
it just
where
makes me
it
think
has
of like
the
a
rainforest.
little jungle, and the cutest jungle is the rainforest cafe.
Tangletown.
I am resisting the
I didn't get a lot of
urge
sleep
to-
last night. Can you tell?
I'm resisting the urge to make Tangletown a rainforest cafe.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why do you resist the ideas that we give you on a silver platter?
Just like
Oh.
floating up on your boat and having someone going like, "Hi, welcome to Tangletown. How many in your party?" Just like jungle noises playing.
Or
in
it's
the
like one of
background.
those like resorts that has like a swim up bar. It's like the only water in
yes.
Dustfall that
Yes.
doesn't have hagfish all in it. And
Oh my
eels and
God.
shit.
Oh Lord.
Tangletown is that part of the mega mall where it's the Rainforest Cafe, the
Mhm.
Hard Rock Cafe,
Hmm.
Oh
and
no.
it has like that adult arcade area.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there's always two drunk guys desperately trying to play DDR
And
Yeah.
for some reason, there is a Barnes and Nobles.
because they have coffee
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
and scones. So this is you're welcome. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
thank you. There was actually a question that someone had though. That was Sid. You were asking about.
It was
Fuck
have
if
we,
I remember.
have we thought about actually like just trying to get all of the
Yes.
faction leaders together and be like, hey, this guy, right? This guy being the Baron,
This guy? Fuck
This
this
is
guy.
dickhead over here.
like a very temporary truce.
I feel
Kind
like
of
that,
like it.
that should kind of be end goal.
We should do that.
But that's going to require a lot of schmoozing, I think.
Mhm.
Or a lot of taking over and saying,
Yeah.
I will say you
"We are
probably
the,
have,
we're the gang that leads the gangs."
Yeah.
based on your past experience. I'll tell you a little bit that the the hive probably, if you're wanting to go like the legitimate route of trying to make like an alliance with somebody in order to gain turf, like that's possible with the hive. Like I'd say they probably have the most likelihood to like be able to form some kind of alliance and some kind of deal with you.
Yeah.
They are technically a tier above you in like size and influence, so you know, negotiating power is like definitely in their favor. They are much more legitimized as a group though, so that like gives you more of an opening to like actually speak with them about stuff, because they are they don't want chaos, they don't want like, you know, rampant like crime. They're looking
They're the
to smuggle
politicking
stuff.
type.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
they're doing business. Like to them, it is a business. It's not personal. This is much more like modern day mob equivalent.
I
Like,
like it.
they're running a business, and they don't going around murdering people because that doesn't do well for
For
business.
business.
Are you
They'll
They'll
going
take
to
care
make
of people if
them
they need to, but
aggressively Italian?
They probably factored
No,
in.
because they will turn into Draculas if I try to make them Italian. So
They could all be Draculas.
they will be, yeah.
There are actually a lot of misconceptions
since
about
you have
vampires.
since you have had dealings with them
Vampires.
before, I will give you a little bit more backstory to as like their major players. So you would know that the leader of the hive is a woman named Jera Maha. That's Djera. Last name Maha.
Really missed the opportunity for her name to be Beatrice.
As opposed to Virgil?
Because it's a hive.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Oh, got it. The
Sorry.
bee thing.
All right.
Okay, got it.
We all took a full
We've
10
already-
seconds to race through every possible bit
Yeah, I
until we
was like-
landed on it.
Yeah.
There we
we've
go.
already done a Dante's Inferno reference, so I'm like, are we shipping here? What's going on?
Beatrice.
She you know that Jera is a has been a presence in Dustfall for a long time. Like this is not an up and comer. This is not a new face on the block. She has worked with almost every current faction in Dustfall and worked her way up through the ranks. She has quite a reputation around the city as a business person and as a criminal.
I really hope she's
She
just like a
would-
nice old lady.
Who would fuck you up?
Yeah.
That actually would be. I guess I could in character. Tara, if you want to become the Pirate King of Leviathan, Tara's actually the perfect person that you would want on your side.
She does run a legitimized business.
And she's run business with practically everyone in the city. You think I know people? She knows people.
Oh no. Jeremiah was a bullfrog, a really good friend.
I was about to say, I was just like, I know, I saw your face. I know there was an intrusive thought coming. Just get it out. Just get it out.
That's gonna be stuck in my
Salome,
head.
you would probably know this too, given your connections. You have been in Dustfall, or at least like in the criminal element here longer
Yeah.
than
About 10
anyone else
years.
in the group. Yeah. And was about that long ago, where Jera was leading the hive at that time. They were smaller at that point.
Mhm.
Had a very strong relationship with the hive, had a very close relationship with the crows. And Jera was very close with Rorik, who was the leader of the crows at the time.
He did
like,
now. He's the one
rumors-
that we know about the rumors of Rorik, right?
Yeah, rumors were that they had a romantic relationship, and Rorik was murdered after at about 10 years ago or so, which is what led to the kind of downfall of the crows at that time.
And we have some info now that we know that wasn't Mylera responsible for that, or that the crows in general, the red sashes in general, were responsible.
Yeah, you
for
know that the red sashes were a part of that scheme to have Rorik murdered.
Do we have like physical of that? Did we get that, or did we just hear that at some point? We got that info from Mylera or whatever.
I'm
trying to remember.
I don't remember who you got that information from, honestly.
Yeah.
If it was something that y'all got, I don't feel like it was recent.
No, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure where that information came from. I doubt there'd be any sort of physical evidence.
It was not like
for that.
the smoking gun that we got from Mylera's about the crafts.
No.
Okay.
No, because I believe that was the first time that y'all had like broken into her office and gotten anything
Yeah.
there. So I think that was more like rumors and stuff, because that's pretty well known. That's not a secret necessarily. That's part of the reason why they went to war with them, because
Oh, I remember. I got that info from the mysterious person in the back alley, but it wasn't a mysterious person. It was what's her face?
Salia.
My Salia. Yes, that was what it was. Okay.
So anyway, so I think that's most of the information that y'all would have access to right now, as far as like that situation with the hive.
Okay. I mean, could I do a consort to just get some more info on Jera or the hive in general, kind of see if there's any new business dealings popping up? Like, I guess the scheme, my thought being, we could do this as a social one. We're wanting more allies as things come to a head,
Yeah.
and also basically like getting them to back off as like a kind of a big player in the area, so that then we can do what we need to wedge ourselves in and kick out anybody else.
Yeah.
So like trying to find them something that we could help them with or establish for them or help do a job for them. I don't fucking care. We can get the money. Just to make good with the hive, get them on our side, and get them out of Crowsfoot.
Yeah, you could do a consort. Who are you kind of like hitting up for information, or what's Salome doing?
I'm assuming, since I know of Jera and she's worked with a lot of people, like even maybe hitting up a former associate of hers that's also an associate of mine. Just like, and getting it to come up organically in the conversation of like, yeah. Crowsfoot, damn. Rah.
Yeah, I mean, y'all have a lot of people come through the jewelry box, like from other factions and stuff too. So there's probably lots of information you could pick up just from pleasant conversation with people and trying to steer the conversation that way. So let's do a consort.
Cool.
We'll call this again, I think this pretty controlled and standard effect.
Okay. Can I assist with this?
Yes.
I am getting them heartily drunk.
Okay. Doing the bartender thing. Love it.
Mhm.
Okay. So you take the stress for that. And then you get an extra die
Cool.
or increased effect, whichever one you prefer.
What do you think, RJ? I've got 4 die already.
So if you do an increase in fact, where would it be?
Great effect.
Do it.
Great effect. All right.
Jera herself walks in.
Yeah, we get her hammered and talking. No. Ooh, that's a 6. 6, 3, 3, 5.
Okay.
I got doubles. Oh no, wrong game.
So the you have a few members. I'd be even willing to say that there are some merchants with affiliations with the hive that come into the jewelry box every now and then. Y'all aren't on great terms with the hive. You're at in game speak, you're at a -1 with that faction. Again, that's not that like an attack on sight sort of thing. It is more of like they're just not willing to help you if things go that way. So there are probably some members of that faction that will frequent the jewelry box as patrons, and some of them you might have a good enough relationship with, or at least like people who have dealings with the hive, like friend of a friend kind of situation, that you can get some information from, and you kind of liquor up and get some details on the hive's situation. So currently the hive finds themselves in a pretty strong point. Like I've said, Crowsfoot is up for grabs. They have the most legitimate claim to this territory and the power to back it up. They've been already attempting to make plays on it for a while, and so now that the red sashes are gone, they can really step in and fill that gap. They're not without their enemies. They have a contentious relationship, obviously, with the Wraiths. They're both fighting over kind of the same turf right now, and they have the again the added difficulty, the complication of being a more legitimate kind of public facing organization. You know that Jera herself is maybe a little older than Salome, maybe in her late 50s. She has, as I said,
Salome is like 39, 40.
Oh, I thought Salome was in her 40s. Okay.
No, she's like, I'd say early 40s at most.
Okay. But Jera's like in her late 50s, still going strong. She is known for being she's a very bold decision maker, is not afraid to take risks with the sort of jobs that the Hive has taken in the past and the kind of moves that they've made, but is always very methodical in how she approaches these transactions, and takes a very strategic mindset.
I like her already.
So she is I wouldn't say there are a lot of gaps in her armor when it comes to like things to exploit. She doesn't just really, I wouldn't necessarily say no nonsense type, because that gives the connotation of being very kind of grumpy and unpersonable. She's very personable, but she doesn't really indulge. She doesn't have she doesn't partake in the contraband that they're moving. She tries to keep a healthy gap between the like in the muck operations of the business and the more legitimate side. She has a second in command that handles most of that side of the business himself.
The mucky muck side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
His name is Karth Oris, Karth, last name Orris. He is sort of like the mercenary commander for the group. He handles the grunts. He handles the kind of the wet work that the Hive has to sometime get into. Is known for being very ruthless in the actions. Like when Jera sicks him on someone and points him in a direction, there is very little left standing when he is done. He's a very intelligent person, very insightful. Anyone that you know that has worked with him or dealt with him in the past knows that he has a very keen eye for both business and just like in a practical kind of street smart sense. He's not someone to get like tricked or fooled very easily. But you also would know with great effect on this that he has been her second in command for a long time. And there are some rumors about maybe a contentious relationship between Jera and Karth, that he is wanting more authority, more power. Even some rumors that he has considered, or there are rumors floating around that he may want to start his own faction,
Splinter off.
kind of splinter off to create his own group that he would be in charge of. That is, like I said, mostly rumors. You don't have any like concrete evidence that he's made any moves to do that. And you imagine a lot of that's just because of how good things are for the Hive right now. With the Baron taking over and with the like change of power there, like that hasn't really affected their business dealings too much, because the Baron has cracked down on like criminal activity in the city a lot with the Ironcoats, and that's great for the Hive because their dealings are not the type that the Ironcoats are really like stepping in on, like violence and some of the more aggressive activity in the streets, contraband, things like that. It's been largely ignored by the powers that be currently. They are known, I mean, the Hive itself, overall though, they have they're hugely influential just financially, they've got a massive treasury that they can dip into because of just their dealings and their business holdings. Um, the mercenaries that they have on retainer that are led by Karth are very formidable. And they have just a lot of assets in the city, transport ships, carriages, wagons, private trains, things like that. They move a lot
You said
around town.
assets, but I heard acids, like ACID, and I was like, they got a lot of acids.
Yeah,
That's
Damn.
cool.
a lot of acid.
How do you think the people that they have problems with disappear? Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
The one thing, and again, with the I'm giving you a lot here because you got great effect and a 6. The one little thing that's a little different about the Hive, though, that kind of sets them maybe something to exploit and has maybe put them in a little bit more, like, I guess, tension with the law, is their dealings in the occult. They have some connections and interest in doing business with occult or arcane groups. And they have ties with those groups. The or sorry, I they have dealings with those groups in a negative way. I was misreading my notes here. They avoid doing business with occult and arcane groups. They are like vehemently against those things. A lot of their members are members of the church as well, and have strong connections with the church. So they are not ones to like deal with the occult and the arcane. So that's kind of the only thing, like, with that group that can, like, maybe stands out with you, maybe not, and maybe something you can exploit.
So, are we having Grackle sit on this meeting if we can have this go, or no? Because from what I hear, the Hive doesn't really deal with the occult.
Not dealing with it and having a strong understanding of it can be two different things.
I mean, no offense, but when has Grackle ever wanted to go to a meeting?
No, I can't think of a time that she's ever.
I do think if any of us were going to become a ghost, Grackle, no offense again, but this probably changes things the least out of all of us.
I don't necessarily want to go to meetings. I think I provide a valuable service at meetings.
Oh, of course.
Did
Just
you
from
turn voice
outside.
mod on?
No. What are you talking about?
There was like some background noise when you were talking, and it kind of gave like a effect
Oh.
on my end.
That's strange. It's been weeks since I've spoken into a microphone.
Yes, you provide a very valuable service, just generally from outside the meeting.
Nothing's stopping me from doing that now.
Exactly.
True.
Ghost Bane charms.
Technically,
Oh,
I think
you-
you'd have to get rather close for those to have any real effect.
I feel there might be a few ways to go about this. We have the Karth route. Sort of press in on perhaps helping him make a very great deal, and maybe he doesn't get his boss involved.
I do so love being a part of other people's drama.
Or we can use their dislike of occult trickery and get them very much to immediately seek out and deal with the wraiths.
Either way, we're turning groups against each other.
Correct.
So
Yippee.
I'm on board.
Oh, wonderful. Good.
Like I said, I love it when it's other people's drama. Well, third option. If we wanted Jera on our side, but Karth out of the picture. Flip it, reverse it. Make her think
She then
he's betrayed her.
needs-
She's already primed to think so, if the intel is correct. She might just simply need a push.
And then she has a bit of a vacuum.
Needing to be filled by someone competent and trustworthy.
And already ours.
Exactly.
See, this is why you're HR. You come in, you see something, and you turn it around a little bit, and you see it from a different vantage point. And I just want you to know that I recognize that as one of your strong points.
Thank you. I wear many hats.
You know, I'm so very glad that we didn't go with the option I was thinking with.
And what's that?
We pull a Mylera, and we, drag the thumb across his throat, and then replace the, old boy.
We could just continue replacing people. Works for the Baron.
But at some point you have to think, at what level is this wrong?
That's never stopped us before.
It never has, but I don't know. Is this a yuck I'm feeling?
You're getting the ick.
I'm getting a small ick at body snatches. Who'd have thought?
I have a piece of advice. Stop.
Okay.
Was that helpful?
A little. I'll get over it eventually.
You take enough lives, you get used to it. Which one of us has killed the most people?
Grackle.
It has to be Grackle, right?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, for certain, Grackle. I think the
My
kid.
actual job. I think I'm the only one who keeps track.
Oh no, I keep track.
You want to compare? Start getting out our books.
Let's compare notes. Do you just keep a list of names, or are there like details? Do you? I sort of
Oh, I don't
devote a
know
little.
everybody's name.
You ever heard of a bullet journal? It's kind of like that.
I'm out.
Oh, that's killing
Boo.
me. That's so silly. You're so silly.
That one had layers.
That one, it sure did. Oh my goodness.
You should always tell the jokes that are going to make your friends stand up and leave the room.
I expect it from RJ, but you, Van, you,
What?
really.
You know me way better than
I do, yes.
So, got a few options. How do we like our chances? Replace one of them, turn them against each other, or turn them against someone else?
Well,
Fill whatever vacuum we create.
in hindsight, we shouldn't actually replace him because we don't have anyone who intimately knows how he is to replace him. That only worked with Mylera because we had Zephyr.
I mean, I can solve that problem.
How?
Intimacy is my entire profession.
Loyalty's in question. Why don't we test that?
How so?
If it just so happens to be that he is looking to branch off and create a new faction, that's gonna weaken the hive. So, if he wants to do that, let's just facilitate it.
And then we have a first-hand account of how he's betraying Jera. And while they're dealing with their domestic dispute, we can come in and take care of Crowsfoot in the meantime.
Nothing weakens a faction like infighting.
I like it.
Let's do it. Sounds fun.
All right. Well, first things first. Let's get everything we can on Karth and find out what he wants. What he thinks he needs. And then let's give it to him.
If it turns out that he's actually that he actually is loyal, like, just make her think that he's disloyal.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Oh, yes, we can always just lie.
This is where we find out that the whole thing has just been blown out of proportion because Jera wants it to be so, and they're like in bed together.
Oh my god.
They're just constantly spreading the idea of infighting so people think they're weaker than they are, and then bam.
Yeah.
Ow.
Hot.
Honestly?
That's a power couple.
Yeah.
I love that. If
Goals.
that's true, I love that for them.
Yeah. Goals. Hashtag faction goals. Yeah.
Either way, people in their position are primed to not trust those closest to them.
Especially in Duskball.
Shall we see what we can dig up?
Oh, absolutely. Just again, be warned. Karth is sharp. So let's avoid lying to his face as much as possible. Omission is better, I think.
You'd be surprised how little someone in my profession has to say to get secrets out of men.
I'll leave it to your expertise.
Perhaps I'll start rolling out my new idea. I'm thinking perhaps we start offering more house calls. In particular, escort service.
Ah. I feel like this would appeal to a lot of our clientele in the coffers, for sure.
What? People's homes, parties, dinners. The holidays are coming up. And grandmother's going to want to know why you're not married yet. It's just something I've been toying with.
This is when this turns into a remake of Failure to Launch
Yep.
with,
Yep.
with glass at the head.
1 coin to attend the function, 2 coins to hold hand, 3 coins to kiss.
Oh, 10 coins to kiss.
And all of it comes with a unique backstory that we shall write up and how you met, etc., etc. And
I
we'll
love it.
also take care of disposal. We couldn't get married because she died in a tragic accident.
I thought you were talking about grandma.
I mean, it could go that way if you think
That's-
about it.
An entirely different kind of service we are also qualified to provide. Don't want to deal with your family at the holidays? Here are your 2 options. Would you like us to lie for you or kill them?
Is your family member a little too right-leaning for your taste?
Uh-oh. Unlike all of those other attempts, we don't miss.
Okay. So,
Would you like to shoot your shot with one of our escorts, or would you like us to simply shoot your grandmother?
Shoot your shot. That's what it's called. That's it. That's the name of the company. It's just shoot your shot.
Right, we're on to something completely unhelpful in this situation.
I've got an idea.
Uh-oh.
Fume runs out of the room, grabbing his sketch pad out of the way.
Oh, and there he goes.
He'll come back an hour later with a mock-up of a sign for shoot your shot. It has like
He comes
a
back. I knew he was gonna come back with a logo.
the cowgirl with a pistol and a heart-shaped smoke ring coming out of it.
Yes, dude. Okay, this is good.
Yes.
Can we do this job first? This is the job I want to do now. It's just me.
That could be what we set up in Crowsfoot. We set up a new place called Shoot Your Shot.
Me and Grackle
and it's
show
cowboy
up.
themed.
Yeah, me and Grackle show up, and those are your two options.
Shoot your shot.
Pick your poison. It's metaphorical or literal, your choice.
This
And
works.
if you change your mind,
No refunds.
This
No
works.
refunds. You will not. There is a deposit.
I'm not sure what's happening.
What's happening is I'm creating
We've created
another incredible business venture.
Yes.
we're either going to falsify a social interaction or we're going to kill people. These are
Yeah.
the two
Yeah.
things that our business does.
It's
I
literal-
thought we made that very clear.
We're 41 sessions in, Val. Where have you been? This is how we work.
Small businesses.
We either lie or murder.
Yeah.
Sometimes both.
See, what happened here is I started to read something out of the book for a second because I was trying to get something from the setting. I missed the
Oh, and
first
you
like
came back
2
in.
minutes of this conversation, and then I came back into this having derailed to a place that I could not get my brain.
No.
I disagree that this is derailing.
It did derail. I grant you, it derailed. And then we flipped it miraculously back directly onto the rails.
We have not
full steam ahead.
Derailed. We have simply rerouted.
Yes.
We are on
To
a
another
different
station.
line.
We took the scenic route.
Yeah.
Did 2-track drifting.
I
Okay.
like shoot your shot.
I love it.
This will be our test run.
We
Yes.
have our heading. This is our
So,
end
what
goal.
is the basis for shoot your shot? Can I
Shoot
get
your
the...
shot is an escort service where either you can go the romantic route
Uh-huh.
or Grackle can just kill the family member that's giving you problems.
It's an
Yes.
escort service for the holidays.
For the holiday
Don't
season.
show up single.
Because grandma's gonna want to know why you're
Why
not
are you
married
still
yet.
single?
Why are you still single?
Uh-huh.
Why haven't you met a nice girl?
Okay. So this is an escort service where they either fuck you or kill your grandma.
I'll come
Well,
to dinner with
fucking
you.
is extra,
And I'll charm.
so-
Yeah, that is extra.
yes.
There's a tier system.
There's a tier system.
How
yeah.
long were you reading the book? Because we've answered all of these questions.
You can go back in the VOD. Like,
You're
I'm
gonna have to go back
to.
and watch. But we said no, it's a tier system. But
Yes.
you have family members that are gonna give you trouble during the holidays. Do you want us to pretend to be your date for Thanksgiving, or do you want Grackle to shoot them?
Yeah, I got a little distracted by the new. I got to something in the new supplement material that came out a few weeks ago, and I read something. I was like,
see.
"Oh, that's a really cool idea." And I was reading that. And I lost like I said, like 2 minutes of the conversation,
It's-
which is when I
Probably
whoever goes back
the
to
most-
highlight, please.
Yeah.
It was the most genius 2 minutes.
Ever.
Yeah,
I'm
you
really.
sorry I
missed it.
missed it.
So
And
this
then we
is the
came up with a
business.
logo.
So like when we had where we live now, I can't remember any of the freaking
Where
names of
Coffers is. We're
places.
in
So we had
Silkshore.
so we were in Silkshore.
Mhm.
Yes, and that's where the jewelry box is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
And then we took turf and night market.
and we opened the coffers.
The coffers,
And
yeah.
so when we take Crow's Foot,
You're gonna open.
this
shoot
is
your
the
shot.
this is
Shoot your
the
shot.
business venture.
Okay, got it. All right, I'm on board now. All right, so
You have to show up on time to the meeting.
so
This is why we don't say, well, let's go ahead and get started, because then we just have to spend the rest of the meeting recapping.
yeah. So for the job that you're currently doing, the target that you are looking at is Jera's second in command to
Yes.
try to frame him for like trying to turncoat
Well-
against the hive.
Or
Plan
flip
A
him.
Yeah,
Or flip.
plan A is to like figure out if he's
Flippable.
if he's like distrustful, if he's genuinely looking to turn against her, and then if he is, facilitate that.
Mhm.
But if he's not, it's to
Frame him.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then while they're
Facilitate it-
infighting, regardless, we
Facilitate
take
it for the purposes of framing him, or facilitate it like actually see that he can get that done, so that he owes you and he's in charge.
It depends.
You know?
That depends on
We,
him.
we don't know what the situation
Yeah.
is.
Because
Okay,
we
that's
don't know
fine.
if the
I just-
tension between them is real,
That's
or
totally good. We don't need
if
to plan it out
that's
that
the
far.
facade they're putting out there. So it's going to depend on him.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me put it this
And
way.
if we like him or not. Because if he kind of sucks, then we're probably going to side with Jera, and then we'll just...
So now I
frame him
decide whether
regardless.
it's going to be funny to make him likable or
Yeah.
make him
So
an
this is
asshole.
on you.
Yes.
Really.
So this is all on
mean-
you, really. Yeah.
Let me put it this way. She's going to receive news that her second in command is betraying her, regardless of what
Regardless.
his plans are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just sort
Okay.
of what the reaction is going to be.
Yeah.
So
We're just setting
I'm-
up the pins.
What I'm debating here, because the job that y'all actually scored that we're doing is actually going to depend on how that interaction goes. So I'm debating whether we do this interaction as like a setup for whatever
Okay.
the score is actually going to be. Because right now you don't even really know what the score is going to be at this point. Like I could go into it and be like, it's a social and what's your like that's kind of like the first piece of it. But I guess like long term,
I feel like regardless, it's going to be a social or a deception, right? Because either way, we're trying to...
We're going to be lying to someone.
Yeah. Like, either way, we're lying to somebody. We're either lying to Karth that we're gonna, help support him, or
Yeah.
we're lying to Jera and saying that even though he is loyal, he is disloyal and she should
Yeah.
fuck
That's
with
all
him.
Yeah. The idea
Oh
is
my
to set the
God,
wheels
he's
in,
betrayed you.
is to set the wheels in motion and then fill the vacuum.
yeah, I guess it really just depends on if you talk to him and this turns into like you actually like his vibe and he wants to murder Jera, and then that turns into more of a assassination sort of situation than it was before.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But yeah,
Listen,
let's see where it
we
goes
could
first.
always end up killing someone.
That is true.
That's
I
not
guess we
new.
could do this. We could do this as a social score. So yeah, let's just set up the score and we'll just see where we'll feel it out where things go. We don't need to overcomplicate this. So some of this we have already planned. So you're thinking social, which is negotiate, bargain, or persuade. So you're looking to negotiate with him, try to figure out where this is going. And inevitably, the idea here is to negotiate some sort of alliance with the hive or whoever replaces the hive for power within Crowsfoot. Does that sound right? Okay. Detail is the social connection. So y'all don't have a connection with, I forgot his name. Hold on.
With
I start-
Karth.
Karth. That's what it was. Y'all don't currently have a connection with Karth per se.
That's where I come in. This is how we got to shoot your shot.
Mhm.
Yes.
So you're wanting to establish a connection with Karth. Okay, got it. So social connection is to get to
Do we
make
want to
some
do
sort
that
of-
part as a setup action?
Yeah,
As like
that'll
getting the method?
Yeah, that'll be kind of like part of the initial setup here. Okay. Let's go ahead and pick loadouts before we forget that part.
Got a flock of grackles and a ghost horse. Do
Done and
ghosts
done.
get loadouts? Hold on.
That's a good question.
I think so.
Because I think you still have access to your equipment and stuff.
I'll go light.
I mean, here's the thing with a ghost is if they see you, they're still seeing a ghost, whether you've got a heavy loadout or a light loadout.
You know?
True.
I'm
Because that's the point of the loadouts is how conspicuous are you? And you can't really be inconspicuous as a
It's
ghost.
true. It specifically says I'm terrifying to behold, but that's how I was before, so
So nothing's changed.
Not gonna lie.
Supernaturally terrifying to behold.
Yeah, I don't really know.
I
if
have
this-
something. No, maybe I'll reveal this in a more dramatic moment. But I did take something fun from one of my special abilities when I leveled up at the end of last session. So okay.
Oh.
Okay.
I will also go light. I'm assuming I might need to do some talkie, so I'll go light as well.
I'm going in my human suit with a light load.
Or reason not to go heavy, huh?
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, and again, though, but like with the ghost stuff, I don't really know how that. I don't think the book really addresses that because you don't really. If you have equipment, how do you use your equipment?
That's
As
a
a
good
ghost.
question.
Ghost equipment.
Ghost.
If they see a ghost, they might as well see a
I've
ghost
got
with
my-
a bunch of guns.
It's
Yeah, my
like
ghost rope and
the
my ghost
CBS
guns.
show Ghosts. Whatever you died with on your person is what you have as a ghost. So, yeah.
I okay. If I were running this, the way that I would rule it, because it specifically says that you can only weakly interact with the physical world. I think like I have a ghost gun with like ghost bullets, and I still have to like do all of the mechanical spending of I have the poltergeist ability. Like you can strongly interact with the physical world, quote unquote. Like I think that in order to like shoot somebody, I would still have to use the poltergeist, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I would have to use special ghost powers to shoot someone with a ghost bullet.
Yes, yeah, because the system itself doesn't actually have like a gun means nothing. Like it doesn't give you like really anything different. Like you can attack somebody the same way with a gun or with your fists. Like,
All right.
it's mostly flavor. So I think that makes sense. I mean, because you are just generally, whether you are using your ghost powers to be able to pick up a physical gun to shoot somebody or use your ghost gun to shoot somebody, it still takes the same amount of effort.
You don't know why it's so funny to just add ghost to every random word we're talking about, but it's just making me giggle every time.
I've got a ghost gun.
So whether you're using your gun or you're using your ghost gun, we're just I don't know why, but it just tickles me.
I can't carry around a
me.
physical gun.
Yeah, it would take more like that would take consistent effort to continue to carry around equipment. You kind of are forced to either use the stuff on hand or to actually use your supernatural powers to attack somebody. So that works. And I assume with your poltergeist ability, that's something like you spend stress to be able to fully or gloom or drain
Take
or whatever.
one drain to strongly interact with the physical world for a few moments as if you had a normal body.
Okay, cool.
And then you can extend the reach and magnitude of your interaction to include telekinetic force
Love
and
it.
electroplasmic discharges. So I take
Oh, you can do what I can do. Yeah.
yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so everybody's got their equipment. Let's let me check something real quick.
You want to see who can
Fume,
take
teach
the
me
most?
how to be dead.
All right, so I'm gonna teach you how to attain the most drain as efficiently and quickly as possible. Quickly.
Wait, hold on.
Trauma.
I don't know if that's right.
So I am gonna say, so we're gonna, before we do the engagement, because I think this initial interaction with Karth is going to really set up like the engagement roll. So we're gonna do the setup action as your initial interaction with Karth here to decide how this all goes. So what are you doing for this setup? Like, who is approaching Karth? How? When? Where? Why? I guess we know why, but you get the idea.
But he doesn't know why.
He doesn't know why.
Does Glass want to do it and make it kind of like a meet cute clandestine thing and sort of like work their wiles on him?
Like, hey, come see me at work, big boy.
Or do you
Can
want
I hand
we
out
want-
cards like, hey, we're doing a special over at the jewelry box?
First
yeah, or
hit
like
spree.
I
No,
think
it's not.
because we're gonna cut, since we're like cutting to the action here. I think this setup that we're doing right now is your conversation with Karth about what are your motivations and trying to convince him to either be on your side or to use him as leverage. Like, I think this is so we can establish that maybe you've been able to like figure out where he goes or lure him to the jewelry box, whatever it is you want to do here. But this is the point that where we're going to cut to right now is where you are having this like pivotal conversation with him.
I
for the
will
setup.
lure him to the jewelry box.
Yeah, I think this is a glass.
Okay. So
Can we do any sort of setup
I'm gonna
action? to
catch him
help
in the
glass?
spider's web.
Yeah, so the setup action here, the setup maneuver can be assisted.
Okay.
So you can do that. I guess you could do a setup for the setup. To
No,
help
we don't
that
need
as
to.
well.
I mean, we can assist. Assist is
Yeah.
good.
Either way, yeah. I mean that is either way is fine. I mean, it's kosher with the game rules. So let me change the music a little bit. We'll just where that's not what I want. It's a little too sad. It's a little jazzy. All right. All right. So, jewelry box interior. The we'll assume that you is a normal night at the jewelry box. You have your clients, patrons gather around, a little bit like buzz of conversation, music filtering through the air, heavy scent of like perfumes and scents kind of lingering as well. A little bit of that haze of smoke of the dream smoke wafting in from the back rooms. There are everybody's carrying around their normal activities at the jewelry box, I guess, except for Grackle, who is no longer posted up in the corner. Just a coat rack with a big coat on it and a hat sitting on top and a bird sitting on the corner, also wearing a hat.
A grackle-shaped lamp.
Yes.
Fume is behind the bar, tending to the customers, glasses, entertaining, kind of passively entertaining some guests, while Salome is continuing her sort of madam duties of just assuring the comfort and of the clientele. During the evening, you've set out your feelers. You have been able to get enough, like either through like a friend of a friend or a contact, been able to assure that Karth may frequent the jewelry box this evening, or may attend the jewelry box this evening. That and we can, I mean, if this is the setup action or the way that Salome kind of assists in this, is like getting somebody to kind of push Karth towards showing up
Nice.
at some point during this night.
Love that.
As the evening continues on, the door opens and a few people walk in, not too dissimilar from your normal clientele. They're well dressed. This is you probably recognize a couple of faces as business owners, some shop owners, some like guild members that you have that you see around Silkshore doing business around town. Familiar faces, well dressed. Maybe some of them are regulars here at the jewelry box. All of them wear on their somewhere on their person, either on like a lapel or like a sleeve, a golden bee pin, which you know as the symbol of the hive. Among their ranks, kind of moving in from behind, you see a towering man stepping in behind them, probably a good like 6 inches taller than the next tallest, standing somewhere around like 6'4", 6'5", very like barrel-chested, broad-shouldered. He stands out from the others who appear to be very like, business, working class. He looks like a soldier at first glance, though he is dressed much nicer than you would expect from a imperial soldier, wearing
Professional NFL linebacker,
yes,
but
kind of that
in
vibe,
very nice clothes. Yeah.
yes. This is very much like professional football player at the draft or some sort of ceremony or something, like dress, or like recently actually with his age, probably recently retired, first gig on ESPN, sitting behind the desk. Very kind of like flashy suit, like pinstriped blue suit, with like white pinstripes, a little bit of like gold along the lapel, golden cufflinks, very big. He has a like dark hair that is like very closely cropped, very gray on the sides, dark hair up top. He has a like thick but very closely cropped beard, and a couple of prominent scars that you can see the beard seems to like obscure in some places. But he has like a bit of like a chunk taken out like the side of his nose that's kind of scarred over from like an old injury, and a like slight like cataract to like his left eye, like a little bit, like you can see like maybe like has taken some damage there, like partially maybe blind in that eye. Otherwise very like, I would say, distinguished, handsome, like taller, like Jeffrey Dean Morgan kind of figure. So
It's literally exactly who I was
That did
imagining.
it. Yep. I was like,
exactly
that was
who
in
was
my
in my
head,
head.
and then you said it, and I'm like, yep, that's it.
yeah.
Or the other guy that looks like Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Oh God, Javier Bardem, is that?
Yeah, I think it's Javier
yeah.
Bardem.
Yeah.
Bardem. I can never remember how to pronounce his last name.
Yes, Spanish Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Yep. That's who we will envision in this scene. So he steps in, immediately. Some of them, like the group that he is with, like currently like conversing with, heads over to the bar. One of them like gestures to you, Fume, and says, for a few drinks, one for each of them. They order something like some sort of like top shelf non-mushroom based liquor, that
Oh, you
that y'all
mean the
have.
liquor he keeps in a literal safe?
Yes, yeah. They immediately like step in and it's like, what's the most expensive thing you have here?
Goes over to like, well, I could recommend a glass of blah 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 blah.
Oh, blah 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 blah. That's my favorite. He nods.
And
Like
it's native.
the
That's what it's called in its native Tycherosi.
the guy that's like talking to you is like much like small, like big, like handlebar mustache, and very like kind of on the slider side, and says, oh yes, of course, whatever you have, and just kind of like pays it no mind whatever you say, like it's nothing, as you go and fetch the glasses for them, and as you pour, he just gestures and says, oh, leave the bottle, and pulls out a sizable chunk. I forgot, we talked about what the coinage is called in this system, and I have since forgotten what it is, but he drops a sizable enough coin to cover the cost of the drinks and then some, pushes it across the counter towards you.
Small silver pieces, commonly called slugs or scales.
Yes. Yeah. So drops a handful of scales on the counter for you.
There's a veritable Leviathan here. He'll excuse himself to go stow that away. Actually, Fume will run past Glass and nudge them and point towards the, motion towards the counter. You could approach him and say that the bartender has elected to give you a special service. Because he'll pat the giant bag of coin. I think we're good for the week, actually.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, Fume will zip off.
You see the four of them head towards a like a corner of the room at one of the lounges and sit. A couple of them sitting on one of the couches. Karth takes like one of the armchairs and like leans back in it. You see he is sitting with his like back towards the corner, very purposely taking a seat with a good
Gotta see
like
the
vantage
exits.
point of the room. Yeah.
I'll give him a minute. So I guess here I'm just trying to get him hooked. And then we'll get Salome involved. Yes?
Mhm.
Okay.
Sure.
Those were a question for the table. That'll work. I'll give him
I believe so, yeah.
give him a minute. A couple of minutes to get settled in. But not so long that they're like deep in a conversation. Just grab a drink from the bar. Walk over, and I'll sit perched on the arm of the armchair.
Okay.
Is it all men? Is it who's with him? It's him and mustache and
So yeah, it's him, this like kind of middle-aged, like slightly like looks, the guy with the mustache looks like somebody who like wants the appearance of being like debonair, but is probably like a little like kind of like gangly, a little awkward looking. There's a woman
he's no
with
Fabian Pierce.
no, yeah, he's a Fabian Pierce lookalike. It looks like he's trying to copy Fabian Pierce's mustache,
It's
but it's just
adorable.
not as well. There is a woman with like tightly braided blonde hair that is probably like on the younger side for this group, maybe in like her mid to late 30s. And another person of like indeterminate gender that is like shaved head, wearing like very thick rimmed glasses, that is kind of also conversing with them, of course. So pretty kind of like mixed bag group.
Got it. I didn't want to walk up and be like, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd walk up, kind of perch on the arm of the chair. If I may, welcome to the jewelry box.
The man with the handlebar mustache kind of looks up and gives a smile towards you. Like they were kind of like in the middle of conversing, like not like engaged in like a heated conversation or anything, but the conversation kind of dies off as you come and sit, turns towards you, and says, thank you. This is my only second time here. It seems the place has spruced up a bit since my last visit.
Yes, we've been doing quite well, actually.
I can see so. Well, congratulations to you and your proprietor.
Yes, well, Miss Salome does excellent work, always.
If she is around, tell her congratulations on. I hear you have a new business as well down at Night Market. Haven't attended that one.
Indeed, yes, the coiffers. Slightly different clientele, but very nice, all the same.
We'll have to give it a try one of these days.
It's a bit rowdier down there.
Sometimes that's what you need.
So, what brings you to us tonight? Business? Pleasure? Both?
He kind of shrugs, and the woman is sitting next to him says,
And I'm talking to him, but I'm looking at Karth.
yeah, Karth is just kind of like quietly sitting there, like observing the conversation, as the woman chimes in and says, well, we recommended a change of pace and found ourselves in the area. Not business, though. Not tonight.
Oh, what brings you all the way over to Chartle? Wait, where are we again? Chartle?
Silk
Shore? Oh my god.
Forgot where your
We'd take
headquarters is.
Oh my god, we'd take a week and I'd forget all the words.
Yeah.
But what brings you all the way over to Silk Shore? Other than the obvious.
We've been scouting some establishments in this area, looking to diversify our holdings a bit. So on our way back to Crow's Foot, and this seemed like the place to be.
Very nice. Well, I hope you enjoy your time with us, though. If you are looking to move in on the business in this district, I'd say you'd come to the right place.
It seems so. And what was your name again?
Who am I today? Who have I not had to kill yet? Trying to think of
Ooh.
another.
I think Iris is gone.
Yeah, Iris is
is
gone.
burnt.
Flowers, right?
Yeah.
Dahlia?
Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh, that's nice.
I don't
yeah.
think I've used that yet.
Oh.
Tonight, Dahlia.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Dahlia.
As it is to meet all of you.
One of them, the sort of androgynous person chimes in and says, and let me ask, does the last time I had a wonderful evening with someone who used to work here. I don't know if she still does. Jade?
She's still working.
She does still work here.
She does? Okay, I thought
Yes.
she did. Oh, yes. Jade is still here. I believe she is in the lounge across the way. If you'd like to revisit, catch up.
Perhaps I will do that.
And,
Thank you.
of course, we have many others if I, in particular, are not to your liking. Although, and I'm like looking down at, I guess not looking down at him, I'm sitting on the edge of his chair, but he's probably as tall as
he's
I
like-
am. Although, you seem to fit the particulars of my usual clientele.
You can see some of them kind of smirk and look over in Karth's direction, who like keeps a very kind of straight face, just like a little kind of like twitch to the eye, as gives a nod, finally speaks and says, as he holds his, like swirls his drink in his hand and says, it wasn't where I expected the evening to go, but we'll see how I feel after my first drink.
Well, I can tell you have a taste for expensive things. I'm top shelf.
Gives a bit of a smirk at that. I will actually go ahead and have you roll a setup action here, I think.
I love to roll to flirt. All right, what do we say? Sway?
I think sway works, yeah. And we'll call this risky standard.
My middle name. 6.
6. Nice. So he gives a bit of a smirk, and he says, expensive things aren't always my taste, but perhaps you may prove otherwise.
In my industry, you get what you pay for.
I suppose the same is mine as well.
And what is your industry? Pray tell. I'm no longer speaking to anyone else.
Yeah,
They're not
they
here
all kind
anymore.
of like, as the two of you begin to talk, like they all kind of like, I get the vibe. The one of them goes off to find Jade. The other two begin to like converse amongst themselves. They actually like maybe like leave those chairs and head back to the bar or something to get another drink.
Fume hasn't come back. He's in the basement counting coins.
Yeah.
Oh no, Fume has come back because these people might spend more money for more alcohol.
Hell yeah.
Oh, absolutely. He gives kind of a I think he gives a little of a knowing look at you, and he says, well, I work in many businesses, but my primary trade is in violence.
You'll fit in here just fine.
I get that impression.
Well, I'd be lying If I said no one in this room knew who you were.
Hopefully not as many as you might think.
We've met, actually, once before.
Have we?
Briefly. In Night Market. You held a door open for me.
I normally have a good eye for faces.
Well,
I apologize for not recognizing you.
it's all right. One in my line of work wears many faces. But it's not often that the hive comes to our part of town.
Not often at all.
Perhaps we should remedy that.
We have had our differences in the past with the obedient servants. There's a bit of a reason for that.
Of course. But one also hears you've had some differences with those in your own ranks as well. Or is that not the case?
Differences arise the longer you work with someone. It's not so uncommon.
No. Then perhaps we can put past differences behind us. Find some new exciting ones.
And is this coming from you or someone else?
Who would you like it to come from?
I suppose it makes no difference. What depends, or what matters more, is what is being offered.
With everything going on around Duskwall, sure you're well aware, there are vacuums to be filled. Spaces needing filling, taking even. Power to be grabbed, alliances to be made, friendships to be cultivated. The hives made their way into our part of town. I don't imagine a man like you makes any move, no matter how small, without weighing the opportunities.
He nods at us.
You know who runs this business. You know who we are. We know who you are and who you work most closely with. I, in particular, have an eye for relationships. It seems that a couple of yours might be a bit strained.
He kind of has been keeping, like, addressing you during the conversation when he's speaking, but has keeping an eye around the room. And he at that kind of like straightens up a little bit and says, perhaps this place is a bit too public to be conversing over such things, though.
Luckily for you, I come with my own private quarters. Of course, if you'd like to speak with Miss Salome directly, that can wait.
He gives the slightest smirk and says, I will gladly entertain whatever proposal that your Miss Salome has cooked up, but I am not one to drop my guard in even as charming a place as this.
And that, my dear Garth, is why you should not continue to be anyone's second in command.
He sips his drink and says, "It seems that you may have something interesting for me then, after all. Where can we speak?"
Come.
All right.
I don't know where Salome is right now, in her office or something, or
We can assume that you had this planned.
Oh, yeah, so she was in the lounge
flashback.
area.
I tell Salome I'm going to do this.
Flashback accepted.
Flashback.
Three
accept.
stress.
Six
Flashback.
stress.
Flashback overruled.
6 stress.
Flashback sustained.
Flashback, take a trauma.
Flashback.
Shit.
I'm under the couch.
Yeah, I'm assuming that
stand.
Grackle is like haunting a vase in somewhere in the room or something right now.
God, I don't know if I have those abilities. I'm on a rooftop somewhere,
Yeah.
peering in through windows and shit.
On your horse
just-
on a rooftop.
On a ghost horse.
I'm on a horse on a roof.
The moon.
Look
just
at your man.
backlighting
Now
you.
back at me. I'm on a horse. On a roof.
On a roof.
Wind blowing my scarf.
You stand and
Mommy, that
Birds
lady has a horse
flying.
on the roof. Don't look at her, Timmy.
now, Timmy, your imagination is so fun. Stand. Oh, in case you decide not to hold any grudges, well, against me in particular, what's your favorite color?
He thinks for a moment. He says, "Out of practicality, red."
You're in luck. He doesn't get to know what that means yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna go change. I go change.
You lead him
Something
back.
scandalous in red.
Yeah.
You lead him back towards one of the back rooms. Open the door to find Salome there, and before, assuming that's because you were going to have the conversation,
Yeah.
I'm not making assuming. Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah, I take him back there, and then I'll go change into something scandalous in red.
All right.
Salome.
Ah, yes. Leviathan of the evening. Please, have a seat, Mr. Horace.
See you later.
He gives a nod. Moves into the room. I think he does. I think the Wings said it in our Discord chat, but in a very Grackle way.
This man
kind
is
of
Grackle
like-
coded.
Checks the corners.
Like,
Grackle coded. So
doesn't-
Grackle coded.
Like not like anxiously, like like checking, like lifting things
No.
up and stuff. But I think you can see the look of a practiced, like
Yeah, that's like
soldier who's
it's an unconscious. Like he just does it.
yeah, kind of like looks.
Oh, you mean the second in command of like another person, and like also like loyalty is a big theme. It's all like, oh, this is giving me like narrative foil, like all over the place.
You eventually, like, he makes his way to like the chair across from you, after kind of taking a circuitous route around the room, keeping it like eyes sort of flashing over everything before he sits across from you and turns his attention towards you. Miss Salome, your reputation precedes you.
As does yours, Mr. Horace. Or do you prefer Karth?
Card is fine.
Wonderful. I believe you spoke with Dahlia.
They were very persuasive in their allusions.
They usually are.
I would rather cut to the chase. What is it that you want?
From this interaction or ultimately?
Is there a difference?
Oh, there's always a difference, Garth. I assumed you knew that as well.
I've dealt with many types. Some are more direct, some less. You strike me as one of the less direct types. So, why don't we cover both? What do you want now? And what is it that you want ultimately?
Now, I would simply like to cultivate a friendship with a very interesting and formidable individual. Ultimately, if there's one thing that I know is a part of my reputation, is that I take very good care of my own. My goal is always to find a way to get them everything they desire. So, why don't we work on the friendship? And then perhaps you and I can discuss how I can assist my soon-to-be dear friend with getting exactly what he wants.
That's a lot that you're willing to give. But I know there is always a price.
A price on friendship? You wound me.
I found in my time that friendship comes with the highest costs.
And I don't believe you've found the right friends, Garth. I'll be frank. You are far too masterful of an individual to be under someone else's thumb. I understand a past of being a soldier or a gun for hire. I would have thought someone of your intelligence, with such keen eye, and with other looks, all the muscly muscles and frame up and down, formidable qualities, that you would have gotten to the point that you no longer needed to be taking orders from anyone. And I wonder why that is.
We all take many paths to wind up on the roads we currently walk. My story is not one I wish to indulge in this evening.
I understand that.
The promises you make and the inferences you're making are sweet ones and very enticing. But I do not take gifts without knowing the price.
All right. Given the current climate, it would be very helpful for me and mine to have friends in the more legitimate circles. Now, I do understand your general line of work is usually the bit of the job that Jera finds a bit more distasteful. I'm not exactly of that particular proclivity. I understand the hard work that it is. But with your close ties to one of the most successful legitimate merchants' guilds in the city, I feel a friendship could be very helpful for both of us. That and I wanted to see if that lovely salt and pepper on your temples was as attractive as those had said before, and I found, yes, it does suit you very well.
Gives a nod at this, trying to play off the compliments. You can see a look of very like focused determination, like of a man that's piercing through the kind of smoke and promises and all of that, and trying to get to the truth of the matter. He nods and says, "So what I'm understanding is you wish to utilize my connections, and in exchange, assist me in personal endeavors."
You come to it very succinctly. Appreciate it.
I may have to think on this.
Of course. As we've both made clear, our reputations precede us, and I would not expect you to shake hands on anything until you got to look at it from all sides, and I respect that. But please do know that I also am a very strong businesswoman. So, if I may, is there anything in particular that you need to ruminate on that I might better explain and lend insight to?
Jera, the Hive is what it is today because of her leadership and guidance. I am who I am today because of her taking me under her wing. This is not something that I consider lightly. The hive has many benefits towards its continued operation and existence. I do not know if they would accept any other command.
You do not believe all you know.
Can any truly know the future?
Very few. Kind of stares off into the distance for a moment, blinks, and comes back to the conversation.
Ideally, I do not wish to see Jera removed from her position. I think there is benefits to her remaining where she is. However, being indebted to, employed by, subservient to another is not something that I wish to continue long term.
I believe, given your regular line of work, you are used to change being abrupt and sudden. I have found in mine that change can be incremental, done bit by bit, piece by piece, until everything is set, and then you begin your move.
You have given me much to think about. Perhaps there is an arrangement that we can make here, but I will need to understand the scope of what you are offering before I agree to anything. I appreciate approaching the matter delicately.
We are the picture of discretion. Smash cut to everything we have ever blown the fuck
Yeah.
up. Yeah, smiling delicately.
There is one thing I would like to know before agreeing to anything, though. There are rumors about the obedient servants.
I would hope so. If not, we're not doing our job very well, are we?
True.
Please. Anything I can do to clear anything up for you?
I've picked up certain things from some of the jobs that you have done and connections I have made. What is your crew's relationship with the Baron?
I would say like all elements of this city that deal in less than above the board elements. Complicated. Especially now. This upset of leadership within the city is definitely a factor in why I wish to make sure that me and mine have some modicum of protection from the more radical elements of our new city regime. Frankly, having ironcoats wreck your business is not really great for it.
Suppose that depends on your business.
Well, I don't operate wrecking balls on the regular, so for mine, not so much.
With the destruction that has culminated from some of the jobs that I have heard you've been connected to, it wouldn't surprise me if you did have a wrecking ball on your payroll.
Yeah, his name is Fume.
No, but we do have two that we affectionately call Smash and Grab.
I mean, I go ahead and have you do the roll for our setup. Roll here.
Also, okay, I gotta ask, above table, do I straight shoot with him? And then I can use my mesmerism to make him forget that part of the interaction until a later time.
I kind of love that.
Do it.
Because if he's actually like, no, I have
We
posters.
hate the Baron.
I
Yeah.
have posters of the Baron hanging on my ceiling, and I look
And
at
I
him
kiss
when
them
I go
before
to
I go
sleep.
to sleep. Yeah.
Then you can be like, okay,
and then move on.
this never happens.
Yeah.
Could you just hold someone
Totally.
hostage like that? Just keep on making them forget the reason why they wanna.
They do remember you, then remember the interaction the next time, but I mean, could you then make them forget that interaction? I don't know.
Yeah. So, like, the benefit of this is if this doesn't go your way, you can use the mesmerism to make him forget until you see him again. If you don't want him to remember this conversation, if you do want him to actually think about this and plan to meet you later on and stuff like that, then you wouldn't want to use the mesmerism.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it necessarily makes them forget. Like, I don't think you can make them forget specific pieces of the conversation. You make
It's
them forget
when
the
you
entire
sway
thing.
someone,
Yeah.
you can cause them to forget that it happened until the next interaction with you.
Mm-hmm.
So could I incorporate maybe shooting straight with them and saying that we hate the Baron and seeing how that works within the sway?
Yeah.
Would that work?
And then if you need to, just make him forget and just avoid him.
Yeah.
And then you just like, we love the Baron.
Okay.
Yeah. So the
Grackle just comes floating down through the ceiling. What the fuck
so
did you just say?
the effect here is the victim's memory glosses over the missing time, so it's not suspicious that they've forgotten something. When you next interact with the victim, they remember everything clearly, including the strange effect of this ability.
Yeah.
So they become aware that you did some sort of magical thing on them the next time you see them.
They don't like magic. It's risky.
I mean, you're only gonna do it if he's a threat to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to choose to do this right now. It's just when you sway somebody, you may choose to do this. So you can roll and then decide whether you want to.
This is
I
what
just-
you call a vibe check.
Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering if we lay it on the table. He seems to enjoy honesty.
I feel like this is only useful in the case that you can tell whether or not he's lying, which you can do.
Which I can do. That's a good point. Honestly, doesn't sound like he has said anything so far that he would have lied about. But has he lied about anything yet?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything they seem has been forthcoming. I mean, he's not being like he is responding to how Salome is acting. So Salome is being kind of cagey with information and what she wants and stuff. So he's not laying everything out on the table either.
Okay.
I'll say with Salome too, you can tell from like speaking with him at this point and kind of like in that's like his patience for that seems pretty thin. Like he's indulging in this conversation for now, but he definitely seems like the type that would respond better if it was just, hey, here's the situation, like I'm letting you know what I want, what do you want, like he seems to be more of like kind of a direct person.
I say go for it.
I'm gonna go for it. I think I'm gonna go for it. I think she pours herself another glass of port.
Mhm.
And just sort of like leans in her chair a little less poised and ladylike. Garth, I'm gonna level with you. The Baron is a menace beyond comprehension. And the fact that he is in control of our, albeit wild and fucked up city, is an embarrassment and a serious liability, not only to me and mine, but to every single soul, living or dead, within this city. And I think it needs to be stopped. One, he's bad for business. And two, he's a literal piece of shit. Long term, you think that's something you could help with?
All right, now I'm gonna have you roll.
Okay.
We're gonna do this as a setup. Glass did a setup before and was successful. I think you got a 6 on it, right? Glass,
Yes.
and you did yours. So that will increase your actually let me get the thing up here. It's been a while since we've done one of these. So with a setup maneuver, you can give +1 effect or improved position for their roll. So you could either I would say with the way the conversation was initially going, I was going to make it a limited effect. You have done with choosing to be blunt with him at the end there. Bumping it back up to standard effect. So Glass can either put this up to great effect or could change this from a risky roll to a controlled roll, meaning that if the roll does not go well, there may be opportunity to salvage this later.
What do we think, friends?
I'll throw in an assist to get you some extra dice.
Okay. And then we give it a greater effect? Or do we want to make it
Well, he
controlled?
can't lie to you anyway, so we might as well, I guess, make it controlled so we have some more leeway.
I like that.
narratively, I feel like this is more controlled than effective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do
I'm
that.
down with that. Okay. So, and then Fume is spending stress to give you the assist. How is Fume? Give me a little flavor for. Is this like? Do you want to say that this was the alcohol that you plied him with, or like, is there something else Fume does to assist at this moment? Given that y'all have this telepathic like assist thing that you can do too, you don't have to necessarily be in the room.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for more, presentation than anything, it's like Fume will buttle his way in with a teapot and like some tea, not poisoned, and like, this is a serious, like, we are gonna be here for a while conversation.
I like the idea though. They take he's like, oh, it's not poisoned. I trust you now. Like, no, I do
Listen,
like
sometimes in Duskwall, that's all you get. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, it's not poisoned? Okay, cool. Let's
Yeah.
talk.
This is the first unpoisoned tea I've drank in weeks.
It's the Duskwall version of a meat cute.
All I
Yep,
drink
you didn't
is
poison my
poison
tea.
tea.
He has drunken so much poison tea, he has inoculated himself.
Yeah. He's immune to iocane powder. Okay, so yeah, you come in like adding to the kind of bit of comfort here. All right, so we are doing controlled standard sway with an additional die.
Okay. Here we go. Okay.
No.
No. We have a 6.
Okay.
And everything else is 2s. I'm scouting around. I'm like, two. Oh, thank God. We have a 6.
You
Okay,
only need the one. It's all
We
good.
just need the
this is
one.
the one. Okay,
Just gave myself a little mini heart attack there. Whew.
he nods at this. Fume gives the tea and leaves,
Some
giving him
scones.
giving some time to think. And he says, "Thank you for the honesty. I agree. I am not a fan of the new regime. Too much of our business relies on overt operations. We can't always rely on the covert. Sarah doesn't see that. She runs the forward face. She's used to being credible, being influential in the light. I don't think she understands how much this affects us long term.
She's been out of the trenches for too long.
I think we can come to an arrangement. And if in payment you are asking for my assistance in aiding you in your crusade, I can agree to this. Let us speak again soon on this matter.
He's been straightforward. No lies. Okay. Please, let us speak soon.
He I think sets his drink to the side, excuses himself and says, "It's been a pleasure. Give Dahlia my regards."
I don't think I'll have to. And I'm assuming as soon as he opens the door. Glass is there in the red getup.
Jump scare.
God. Just like full reflexively just snaps your neck in the doorway. Just,
Yes.
Now we go to war!
Just like in True Blood.
It is Grackle. It's what would happen if you tried to seduce her.
On to the next
Lingerie
grand
jumping
adventure.
Oh,
No, I won't scare him.
yeah, I think he comes
But I
around
will
the
be
corner
in the hallway.
and sees you, and I think politely comes up and says, I find myself needing to ruminate on tonight's events in private, but I'd like to continue our conversation at a later date.
You know where to find me.
That I do. He gives you a nod and looks to his companions who have kind of scattered around the room. Kind of sees they've fanned out, and I think he just quietly exits the bar. And that, since we're way over our usual midpoint, so we're going to take a break here. So successful setup action for the job. We will come back and decide exactly how we're approaching the rest of this. So thank you everyone out there for watching. We'll be back in a few moments to continue our game. In the meantime, take a break, drink some water, get a snack, stretch, whatever you need to do, and we'll see you back here very soon. Until then, stay tuned. Welcome back, Internet. Thanks for hanging out with us while I took our break. We are going to jump back in. So, where we left off, you had a successful conversation with, boy, I forgot his name already.
Karth.
Crispin. Karth.
Crispin Karth, yes. Crispin Karth, Horus.
Karth.
What's happening in my head is I keep wanting to say craft, because
I keep wanting to say Cobb.
Can his first name now be Crispin, and he gets really mad when people use his first name because he goes by his middle name?
His name is Crispin Cobb
Glover.
Craft Karth.
Glover.
The more you guys
Horus.
say Crispin, and I don't know why, like my brain keeps going Crispin Anderson.
Why?
I don't know.
Because Michael Fish. How do you pronounce his last name? What's his name? Oh, Morpheus, this guy.
Lawrence Fishburne.
Actor.
Lawrence Fishburne, yeah.
Yeah. Remember we had that conversation earlier about Fume?
Yeah.
Is that why
yeah,
that
and
Matrix in your
Morpheus.
head?
Maybe Morpheus is
Maybe.
there.
I just don't know how you go from Crispin to Mister.
I don't know.
Same sounds.
Same, I
Sounds
guess.
same times.
We
It
really
doesn't
slur
rhyme,
it.
but it rhymes with vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It feels the same to me. Chris.
Okay.
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
So, the setup maneuver was successful. You have managed to get Karth at least like on your side, or have set up for whatever it is you want to do. Now, we at the end of the I don't remember if it was before we went on break or after. It seems like y'all in the vibe is like we want to help this dude and not like we want to fuck him over now.
Yeah, let's put him in charge. I'm going to add him to my harem.
But hey, listen, if we really like this old lady, maybe we can broker something between them.
So
That's
it's
what
kind
it
an
kind of
interesting-
sounded like, is what he was saying. He's like, he's got a lot to think about, and he kind of doesn't. He recognizes that she's a good leader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
We
here's
love
what
a
we can
man that will reluctantly kill his mentor.
Here's what I'm willing to like.
Grackle.
Here's like, because the next bit, like the job itself, is going to involve like the next stage after talking with Karth. I don't necessarily think we need to play out like all the conversations you have. That stuff we can do flashbacks and things like that. But I think generally speaking, vibe is, and you got this from the conversation with him, it's not that he wants to kill or replace Jera. Like there's a recognition of like she's doing good work. She has just lost perspective.
He wants a little more appreciation for the job he does and how hard it is now.
Yeah, and I think there's also like he wants to go off on his own, and so I think there's a lot of ways you can handle this, but I think what he wants, to distill it down for what you want to do next, he wants to essentially have his own faction. Like he wants to run his own squad. If he were to continue to work with the Hive, but it's like, I want to splinter off and do my own thing that isn't just working for you, but I want to maintain that business relationship. And perhaps having the backing of your crew, even though you are smaller than the Hive as a whole, but you working
We
with
have
now,
more diverse business assets and interests.
yeah, well, I would say like with your backing, with Karth's mercenary faction, that probably puts you on like an even playing field with the Hive. So like there's things you can do from there, but that's kind of what the perspective I want to get, because we're talking a lot like subtext and doublespeak and stuff. So I just want to put that out there. So really this is now the job as it is, like as we're actually jumping into, this is the score, and it sounds like, and I want to take a second to talk about it, where it sounds like we're leaning towards still doing kind of a social thing where y'all are negotiating with Jera and putting your cards on the table and trying to figure out how to broker some sort of alliance or whatever it might be.
I think that works very well for our long-term goals, personally. Like the long-term goal is, if we want to nix the Baron, we need allies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. where, without getting too much into the planning part of this, with this information all in hand, how does this look? Where is this starting? Like, what is this negotiation? Where are you meeting? I don't think Jared's going to come to the jewelry box to have a conversation.
I've
Tangled Town!
I knew this is where it's going. I could have put a letter, I could have sealed it on
Neutral ground.
put it to my forehead, and known this is where it's going.
We get a wish from like way back when.
Yeah. No, and honestly, that is perfect. Like in canon, it is neutral ground for the gangs of Crowsfoot. There's no violence allowed there. It is meant to be a sort of parlay area for them. So if that's what you want to do, and you want to try to broker a meeting with Jera in Tangletown to discuss potential business, then I think that's where we can start with this. Okay.
I like that. Is there any like conversation anyone wants? I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
like
Y'all are welcome.
cards
to
on the
chat.
table with everybody and explains the situation. I'm sorry, Matt is rewatching The West Wing for about the 20th time, and we just got to the Supremes episode where they interview Glenn Close's Supreme Court character, and then they walk out and be like, God damn it, no, I like her. I like her hair, I like her teeth, I like her shoes. And I think that's just exactly what Salome does. She just walks back in and is like, damn it, I like him. I like his directness. I like his sideburns. I like his shoes. Damn it.
It's salt and
So
pepper
do
here.
I.
So do I. Pats the giant bag of scales.
Oh yes, Fume got to crack open the safe.
So
And some of the hive are still here.
sounds like we'll be good for the next couple of weeks then. All right.
So, what's the plan?
He's understandably, I wouldn't say loyal, but he sees the whole picture, which, as you know, I most assuredly appreciate. I think we might just take a leaf out of his book and go into a negotiation with at least seemingly all of our cards on the table.
That's a breath of fresh air.
Right? Seems almost too simple.
Just because it's simple doesn't mean it'll be easy.
Point well made. The Baron, where he is now, is bad for business for everyone. Except for the Baron, as he has his sticky fingers in practically every business in the city at this point. But for the rest of us, he's a pain in everyone's arse, both financially and in general. I feel that's a very easy thing to argue.
Sounds like something we can work with.
And if negotiating Karth's splinter faction means that he might be available to take on other endeavors, Perhaps we can get that squirrely little shoot your shot idea off the ground in Crowsfoot.
Now we're talking.
Might have to cut Jera in on it for 6 months or so, but I feel that's perfectly reasonable.
I'd rather her than the Baron.
Wiser words were never spoken.
All right. So we try to arrange a meeting.
I'd say as soon as possible. We do that.
Okay. Any other, or we're good to move forward the engagement roll, or any other conversations anything anyone wants to add?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right. Is everyone going to this?
I feel like given, as we were, I think, mentioning before, given the aversion it sounds like that the Hive have to the occult and supernatural, perhaps Grackle does as Grackle probably normally would in these situations and does a more of a rooftop thingy unless we need to call her in.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Grackle's gonna just sort of hover on the outskirts, keep an eye on what's going on, maybe listen into a few conversations, but for the most part, try to stay out of sight.
Okay.
And if things go extra bad, then she's here.
Yeah. You got your ghost on Overwatch.
Yee.
Okay. Works for me. Let's do our engagement roll then. So, up. All right. 1 die for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
Pretty low key.
I think it is kind of low key. Yeah, I don't know if it's very daring necessarily.
Okay.
Around and just talk about shit.
Yeah.
Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
I don't think so for that either, honestly. It's fairly straightforward. We're putting a meeting together and we're gonna negotiate some terms.
It's a
Seems
negotiation. Yep.
yeah.
Yeah. That's fair. No plus or minus dice for those questions. Does this plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest?
I don't know, in the ego and with the support of her number 2. Maybe?
I think that's a personal question. That's
yeah. Hey, Jera, are we poking a sore spot here, or
I'm just saying, if I'm reading this correctly, and this is supposed to be a situation where they're a foil to Grackle and Salome's relationship, I think trying to turn Grackle against Salome would absolutely be hitting her where she's weakest.
Yeah, I'd say.
That
I don't know.
fair.
If that's the way that they are, then maybe, I don't know.
That is fair. So I'll peek behind the GM curtain on this. Is that I wasn't thinking about that when this initially came up, and but now
It happened organically, which is
did.
just mwah, mwah, mwah.
I've said it too many times and elbowed, guys.
yeah,
Look!
it's me.
It's me!
Okay, I think I can get down with that. The way that you've approached that is probably the best way. I mean, specifically finding out about this vulnerability was part of the payoff for rolling well earlier and having the great effect. So, yeah, that checks out. So I'll give an extra die there. Is the target strongest against this approach, or they have particular defenses or special preparations? I really can't think of anything for that, so I'm not going to take a die away. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation?
I don't know if he counts as a friend yet.
I know, like, he doesn't count as a friend or a contact
Yeah.
at this point. So yeah, and we didn't really like reach out to anyone else. Like, I can't think of anyone that you're necessarily getting involved in this.
Yeah.
Okay. Are any enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? Oh, let me just super quick. Should have had this up. So I'm gonna say yes on this one,
Oh.
and we'll get to that later.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other elements that you may want to consider? So you did the setup action, so I'll give you an additional die for that as well. I can't think of any other.
Add +1 because I did do a gather intel about Jera during those setups. So.
Okay. Unless anybody else thinks of anything, I think that's it. I guess it's 3 dice, so it's pretty good. Alrighty. Let us go ahead and do our roll here. Do fortune. 3 dice. Four, 5, 3. So that's a 5 for a result. So a
narratively, this makes sense.
mixed result. You're in a risky position when the action starts. So I think that's, like you said, I think that makes sense for where we are at. Tangletown. The Rainforest Cafe of Dustfall. So let me give a little description, a little rundown of what Tangletown is, since this is our first time journeying here. So between in the river, this large canal leading between Silkshore and Crow's Foot, south of the bridge is Tangletown. A structure or a landmark of this district for hundreds of years at this point, a massive Leviathan hunting ship some time ago was partially sunk in the river. You can see the hull of the vessel still protruding from the center of this flotilla of ships that has since gathered, conglomerated to form this makeshift borough of Dustfall. Cat attack. It is an attendant flotilla of watercraft all lashed together to a floating neighborhood. You have dozens of boats like your very own that are gathered, kind of lashed together. Some are long-standing structures to this borough, to this district here, that form all sorts of things, from casinos to bars to residences of people that live in Tangletown, or people that have made a living attending to the various criminal factions that frequent this place. Throughout, from dusk till dawn, there are vessels that approach coming and going from this flotilla as they conclude and conduct their business dealings here, coming from all corners of the city. The mist and fog that rolls through the canal here, providing ample cover for clandestine operations to carry about their business. Law enforcement, the blue coats, and otherwise keep a healthy distance from the goings-on of Tangletown, given the extensive bribes that are paid off from the proprietors and the powers that be of this small criminal conglomeration, as well as just the general natural fortification of a floating residence, of a floating neighborhood. You all find yourselves having, I assume, sailed over here on your boat, moored it amongst the many others in the makeshift docks of Tangletown. Find yourself at a one of the central ships, this kind of derelict freighter lashed very close to the Leviathan hunting vessel that makes kind of the central spire of the city. There is a this bar slash gambling hall rests at the center as one of the livelier establishments and one of the more frequented establishments of Tangletown proper. The one, the only, the Leaky Bucket. It is a rust-covered vessel that is would not float other than its mooring to other more seaworthy crafts. The paint long since peeled away, red rust covering the outsides of the ship. The whole top portion of the deck has long since rusted in and collapsed away, leading to sort of an open air and the feeling of being inside a massive bucket. There are electroplasmic lights and lanterns that float here, powered by generators that are fastened to this central Leviathan craft. The place is athrum with energy and excitement, not just from the electricity generated just within Tangletown, but from the criminal element that lively makes their goings on here in this den of vice, no, what is it, scum and villainy. The four of you, which I guess three of you sons, Grackle being openly kind of floating around, descend the steps into the bucket and find yourselves on the main floor of this bar. It has been a patched together floor of driftwood with dozens of these seedy alcoves forming booths around the perimeter of the wall, with plenty of table space where you can see some of the gang members, thugs, and lowlives that playing card games, gambling, drinking, and carousing amongst this establishment. As the three of you enter, you, assuming this is the first time most of you have probably, does anyone think they may have been here before?
Maybe a long time ago.
Maybe a long time ago.
If it's used as like a neutral ground, like,
but not
maybe.
like frequent. Nobody comes here very, very often.
No.
Okay. As you descend onto the bar floor, kind of music playing, lively atmosphere. I'll actually change the music here. Do I have something that might? I'll just do this. I need Fiddles McGinty on this playlist, man.
Yeah, you do.
That would fit here. As you enter, there's a bit of kind of a pause. You're looking over the crowd. Don't see any many familiar faces around here. A few people turning towards you, but largely everyone keeping to their own, keeping eyes down in their own business at all times. You hear a kind of creaking of floorboards and heavy footsteps as you enter the bar. And from your left, approaching, you see the towering shape of Karth walking your direction. He closes the gap between the three of you. Gives a nod. He is not as flamboyantly dressed as he was before, opting instead for a sort of all black, very muted attire that gives him a very imposing presence. He nods and says, "Good to see you all again. I've made Pleasure. I made arrangements with Jira. We have a booth in the back. I've told her that you want a meeting, but she knows not else of what we've discussed. I trust you can handle that matter delicately."
I feel letting her know that the main goal is in regard to making business good across the board will come up first, let's say.
I can agree to this.
Remembering that he likes straight shooters. Right. I'm not going to say that you're leaving right away. I figure that might not be for the best. So let's, honestly, if at all possible, make it her idea.
If you can make that work, that would make things much more convenient. Jira is less likely to agree to something if we're the ones proposing it. Or she wants more in return.
I know exactly the type. All right.
I will back you and try to support your position however I can. But I must attempt to seem on her side for as long as possible.
Absolutely. We all play our parts well, and hopefully we all leave here with what we came for.
Let us hope. Follow me then. He gestures, kind of gives a smile down towards you, Dahlia.
I wore red.
Yeah, I figured. As
I'm gonna collect him. I'm gonna turn him into a statue, like Frostlass. Put him in the jewelry box to look at.
horrifying.
Good. He should be a little afraid.
I want to pan
He likes
back
it.
because I don't want her to be lost in this scene. Grackle.
Hello.
What is your situation right now?
So the bucket is like a large
Think of like a cargo freighter. It's like very tall vessel. It tends to sit low in the water when it's like laden and stuff. So think of a cargo freighter, no cargo, so sitting high in the water, where like the top third of it has completely just rusted off, and the only part, like everything inside this hollowed out section, has been turned into a bar.
I see. So normally I think that like Grackle's like point of observation would be like Overwatch, like she'd try to get up on top of something and look down, and I think that would be very easy to do here, but she also wouldn't be able to hear any of the conversation. So I think that counter to what she would normally do, she's gonna go underneath the floorboards and be like floating around down there, like down in the guts of the machine, as it were.
I like it.
Are you telling me that there is a ghost in the machine?
That's me.
She's done it.
I love it. You are able to. We haven't gotten a full chance to explore your ghost powers for what they are. You are not able to pass through things, but you're able to pass through like cracks and stuff, correct? Like as a
Yes.
mist. Okay.
Correct. Yes, I may slowly flow through small openings as a vapor. So
Okay.
it's less that she's like ghosting through things, like turning intangible and going through them, and more like she's just turning into a mist and then like moving to a different part that can accommodate her, and then just like going from place to place.
I think that functions pretty perfectly here, given that the natural misty kind of fog-laden environment of Dustfall, like fog rolling across the water currently, and then inside the building, people smoking, like there's plenty of like vapor hanging in the air. You have a lot of cover right now. I am going to have you prowl, or at least do a roll to attempt to make sure, see how successful you are in hiding long term.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah.
Risky standard.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I got a 3. That's a 3-1-3.
Okay.
Watch
So
me trust 3 dice again.
The consequences of this. I want to say, do I make these immediate consequences? Rather than, I don't think it's as interesting if like, oh, Grackle's immediately caught.
Right.
I think the more interesting thing here is that this is new for Grackle. So this is something that you are hearing beeping. I was like somebody's smoke detector going
Sorry.
off.
Yeah, no, Tyler's cooking.
Okay. Uh, uh, I think the thing that makes more sense in the fiction here is that this is a new ability for you, and it's taking more of a toll on you to like maintain this. I'm going to, you don't stress anymore, you have drain. I'm just going to say for this that you're going to take, did you have to use drain to do any of this, or is this just natural abilities?
This is
You
a
don't have to push
natural
yourself.
ability.
Okay.
I only take drain for poltergeist and resisting charms.
Okay.
Right now.
I'm just going to have you take 1 drain right now, just because I think it's taking more effort than it normally would.
All right. Yeah, that's no biggie.
Okay. The otherwise, I think the secondary consequence to this would be you may not be in the best position when the action starts, if the action starts. Like if something happens here, I don't think, again, with your maneuvering, trying to figure things out, I don't think you get to where exactly you want to be. Maybe you're not hearing all the conversation, maybe you're just picking up bits and pieces, but you're floating like under the floorboards, up between, in this gap between the water and the floor, and trying to get as close as you can, navigating your new spectral abilities.
Yep. Works.
All right. The rest of you follow along with Karth as he leads past the tables and the more open area of the bucket. Further back, there's actually a gap between some of the booths that extends into a more private area with these you actually get the impression these like rounded booths, and you realize as you move through, there are these massive like storage barrels that may have once been used for transporting like Leviathan oil or Leviathan blood, that have these like cutouts that have been like soldered out of them to form little like doorways, to form these like pods where business transactions are occurring. Most of them have like curtains that are drawn closed to give privacy, but there's an open one towards the back that Karth leads you to, and as you step inside, you're in the interior essentially of this oil drum that has been modestly decorated for comfort. There's a kind of a wraparound bench and a table at the center for seating and business dealing, and a little bit of like insulation, like some padding along the walls to dampen noise. As you step in there, you see currently sitting the far end, kind of like all the way back, or sorry, on the right side of the this circular room, as you enter, are three people. Two of them are dressed in this I think like plain, like kind of gray suits, kind of unassuming, each with a uh pin on their lapel of that golden bee. Both of them though don't have the bearing of like business associates. They look more like hired muscle. um Sitting between them is a middle-aged woman with very like kind of graying dark hair, like a little bit like spattering of like, you know, graying going to white, that falls in a like a close crop just about to her neckline. um she has very pronounced kind of like crow's feet underneath a pair of silver spectacles that are perched at the end of her nose. She has very stern, kind of almost like librarian disposition, and is wearing a very well tailored, like kind of like ivory off-white suit. She has a glass of wine in front of her. There's a bottle sitting on the table, on their side of the table. As the three of you enter with Karth, Karth immediately moves to sit like on her side of the table there. And she motions towards all of you and says, "Ah, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard so much about," she gestures towards you, Salome. "Miss Salome, I presume."
You would presume correctly. Believe me, the pleasure is all mine. Your reputation very much precedes you.
Thank you. We do our best to cultivate one. Please sit, you and your associates.
Oh, please, where are my manners? This is Dahlia, and I would have confirmed whether or not he was going by Fume before this juncture. Is he going by Fume or another name?
No, yeah, he'll go with Fume for here.
No.
Yeah. This would be a common place to share aliases and stuff here too, so like that's totally fine.
This is Dahlia and Fume, my associates.
Pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Takes a brave woman to wear white all the way out here.
We must look our best at all times.
Now that we can agree on.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I wink directly at Karth. At this point, I'm just trying to see if I can break him.
Challenge accepted.
The subplot here
fortune.
is that
I'm gonna roll a fortune roll.
by the end of this, I want to know how under my thumb he is.
Okay. I'm gonna roll fortune roll for him. I'm gonna say at this point, he's rolling 3 dice. I think he's very much in control. That may lower as the night goes on. So
This is my mission.
Do we want high or low for this?
you
I
want
don't know.
low.
We want low, okay. All ones, come on.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's losing
baby!
it. He's losing
Yeah, baby!
it.
Oh
It's
my
2
God.
3s and a
1.
1.
You rolled the exact same thing that
Yeah,
Wings
Wings
rolled,
and I-
except just in a different order. This is great.
Yep.
Telling you, the same person.
That's why we like him so much.
He just kind of like I think there's a moment where like you do that and he like straightens his jaw a little bit, just kind of gives like a like there's just like the slightest bit of a grunt. You see Dahlia kind of like
I'm
looks
Dahlia.
sorry, not Dahlia, Jira looks
I'm sorry I
towards-
keep giving you fake names that you have to incorporate immediately.
That's all right. Jira kind of like looks in his direction, like, be professional, please. As he
And
straightens up.
his grunt was, I'm at work. I
Yeah.
love it.
Oh, he's mine. He's mine.
I'm terrified for him.
As you should be.
She
Never know when I'm gonna need a hot new body to put a ghost
yeah,
in.
to put a ghost in. Um, Grackle,
Wait,
welcome to your new
kill him,
body.
and we put Grackle in Sim. Yeah, okay. We'll talk about this later. Wings is like, please, no.
Please stop.
Please don't do this to me. I don't think you did it on purpose, and immediately when I said that, you were just like,
I just immediately knew where it was going.
let's take Grackle and put her somewhere else.
I want to take his soul off. Anyway.
And put it in a jar where I may look at it whenever I want.
Uh,
I'm done.
yeah, I've already lost my composure here. As you all sit, she looks and says, "Can I get you something to drink? Anything to make you more comfortable?"
Your politeness, thank you. I'm usually a port person myself. Dahlia, Fume, what is it this evening?
Wine?
No, that's a stupid joke, and we're in good company. Whiskey, please.
She like reaches up behind her, and you see it like hanging from one of the like from the top, like kind of you see a rope that was kind of hidden behind some like the padding and curtains around here. She just like pulls on it. A few seconds later, an attendant comes to this room, takes your order, returns a few minutes later.
Why don't
with
we
all
bring
of
our
your-
butler to these?
Right?
I mean,
We
this is an
have a-
employee of the place.
No,
you
I know,
could bring
but,
your own
like,
butler.
I just feel like it would be kind of a flex.
Because
It would be a
we
flex.
leave Derek to run things in the jewelry box.
We
While
should-
we're
Derek has other jobs other than being your butler.
Do you think Derek has butler friends that we can hire?
we could
I would love
ask.
that.
Like a roadie?
Butler convention.
Butler convention. That's how he takes a week off every
Derek
year to go to the
was
butler
a-
convention.
Derek was an actor. We have to remember that. Derek was an actor that then found out
That's
he was
true.
pretty good at
He
butling.
was not originally a butler.
No. He's an
We
out-of-work
open up a
actor.
cafe where all of our butler actors can
We're
work.
gonna, we're gonna have to start having open mic nights at the jewelry box.
Improv night.
No.
You're all given your drinks, made comfortable. Eventually, as everything settles and the curtains are drawn close, Jira takes a sip of her own wine and says, "So, how is business?"
Currently or overall?
Well, the last dealings that the obedient servants had with the hive was, I believe, you made off with a sizable amount of dream smoke that we were in the process of importing. So I imagine you're doing quite well.
As I know you are aware, it is not personal, it is business.
Oh, I'm sure. These things are rarely personal. I would be disappointed to find out that it was. But business is business, and that was a bit of a setback.
Could I spend a drain for a flashback in which Fume prepared the cost lost to the hive as a peace offering?
Interesting.
You gonna make him some drugs back?
Or give them back the scales, essentially. It's the scales worth.
Like to pay them off, like whatever they would have, like that would have been worth.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. Like that is definitely something you could assuredly do with the flashback. I wouldn't even say that that's one that would have required a lot of foresight to do.
But we were going to meet the hive anyway
Yeah.
to talk to them, so.
So here's what I'm going to have you do. I am going to have you roll your wealth. I won't give you stress for this, but I will say will require a roll. So do a roll of your wealth, and based on the
Physical dice, RJ.
You're right. You're right.
I'm rich as hell. Can I pitch in
you can assist.
to assist?
Yeah,
I would like to assist.
absolutely.
I have money. I throw money at the problem like Salome taught me to do.
I learned it by
so
watching
proud.
you.
I learned it by watching you.
Okay. It isn't a 331. It is actually a 622.
Woo!
That is very
Sixes and
good.
2s, 3s and 1s today. Jesus.
Yeah, seriously. Okay, with a 6,
Knowing that that was happening then, could she have said something along the lines of, it was business, however, when mistakes are made and hurdles are put in others' paths, we do like to take care of our friends. Fume.
And the obedient servants hate to leave a debt unsettled. And it is just an attaché case put in front of, like, on the table, flicked open, turned.
here's what I will ask. So with a 6, full success, you're able to compensate for the amount that you like, whatever you would have paid for that quantity of dream smoke when you stole it. However, for operating costs, like what the profit would have been for them, and like essentially interest on
Their
that,
overhead, essentially.
yeah,
Right?
I will say with the 6, you're able to fully compensate them for the dream smoke that you stole. If you throw in an additional 2 coin, I will say you are able to also compensate them for that like profit loss, that like essentially with interest.
I got that.
Okay.
I can do
okay.
that. I got 2 to spare. I spent them.
Okay. So you turn around the attaché case and open it, revealing the sizable quantity of scales inside. Like that is not an insignificant amount. Y'all made a pretty hefty profit on that job. She regards it with surprise. You see genuine, like, she is genuinely caught off guard by that. As she looks it over, it's not necessarily like she's not looking at like that's a lot of money that you just brought here, but just it's a gesture that she wasn't expecting or anticipating. She looks to Karth to her left, and he reaches forward, slides it towards him, kind of like flips a thumb over the scales that are neatly aligned there, and then closes the attaché case, sets it off to the side, and she says, "Very interesting.
Oh, yes, we are that as well.
Few would have considered such a gesture. Consider me impressed. I suppose with this, we can let bygones be bygones."
And we are very, very glad to hear that.
To the matter at hand, I assume that you were requesting this meeting for more than just settling debts.
Indeed, we were.
How is it I might help your obedient servant?
I hope that together we might help each other. We are both businesswomen, and as I said, we do both understand that sometimes business is business. However, sorry, I can't read the chat while I'm trying to roleplay. God damn you, RJ. It would have been great. Later. However, there are some elements that affect business that cannot be overlooked, as they are detrimental to us all. And seeing as you are perhaps the foremost businesswoman within this city, I am humble enough to admit that I believe we direly need your help. I assume, looking around at her people, that we are free to speak candidly.
Of course.
Is she lying?
No.
Okay. The new leadership within the city has put quite a bit of a damper on the elements of our businesses that are less than above board. Would you not agree?
I would agree with you in part.
I do understand that a large component of your business is customer facing, as it were. And in that regard, may not be much of a concern to you. In fact, it may benefit you in some small part. However, we both know that the true means of business are about diversification, not putting all of our mushrooms in one basket. And I know that many of us are seeing uncomfortable changes in our businesses with this new regime.
That is true. This is the new dynamics around Dustfold have changed things considerably. But I have found sometimes change simply requires us to adapt. If you have done me the courtesy of being frank, so I will return the favor. My assumption is that you are proposing a mutual arrangement, business interests, in efforts to return things to how they were before.
I think my thoughts are a bit more singular than that. I would go as far as to say that any one would be better than having the Baron running this city. Upon that, I think we can both agree.
She doesn't respond, but mulls that for a moment, nods, and says, I may have agreed with you a short time ago. However, to be candid, you're not the only one that has approached me with an arrangement. To put our cards on the table, I haven't made up my mind one way or another before you offer your before you make your pitch. Perhaps I should introduce you to my other contact here tonight. And we can discuss this as equals.
I'm so afraid.
It's the leader of the race. It's the leader of the race. It's the leader of the race.
She
Please.
looks to her left towards one of the attendants. You see Karth, you get the impression from him, like he kind of, his brow furrows slightly, like
He was not expecting this.
he was not expecting this. And you see one of the attendants sitting between them stands, heads out of the room, returns, holding open the curtain, and you see two individuals entering the room. One of which is a tall, thin man wearing glasses and an impeccable suit you immediately recognize as Oliver.
Motherfucker.
And behind him, with a heavy smell of smoke, tobacco, and rum,
It's fancy.
you hear the heavy footfalls of Captain Pansia as he pushes into the room and looks at you with surprise. And that's where we're going to end our session for tonight.
No!
Holy shit!
I was like, no way we're gonna go to a boat place and there ain't gonna be no boatman.
The boatman's gotta be at the boat!
The boat guy's gonna be on the boat. That's just the
Boat
way it is.
man's
I'm
afraid
on
to
a
leave his
boat.
boat.
I'm on a boat.
So, just from general vibes of,
Do you like my Hey Arnold timely
Mm-hmm.
reference?
That's so weird. That's the second
perfect.
time Stoop Kid was mentioned today, and I'm scared.
What?
Uh-oh.
I was at a garage sale. Of course, we talked about Stoop Kid.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh, okay.
That's
okay,
that's
makes,
fair.
That makes a little more sense.
what's his name? The dude that Glass is romancing or seducing.
Karth.
Karth. I immediately, from just his vibe, I imagined Mizrak from Castlevania Nocturne.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Hot.
I'm here for it.
All right.
Damn.
Every character in Castlevania has those eyelashes.
I know.
They're
Just
really
the
great.
Beautiful eyelashes.
And
I
like
hate to
perfect
tell you this.
wings. Like I wish I could paint on those wings. Damn.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Ah,
All right.
Pansy is here.
Yep.
Shit.
Yep. So, let us go ahead and conclude our session tonight. Let's start with our end of session questions, advancements. Let's pull that up. So, I don't think we had any desperate action rolls, Shay. Y'all had things
don't think so.
pretty under control. Playbook specific XP triggers. Y'all mark that.
Oh yeah.
Express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background,
Mm-hmm.
and struggle with issues from your vice or traumas.
Not today.
Nope.
Calling in obsessed here, but I don't think so far it's causing me issues.
Not yet.
Just you wait.
Yeah, I've got your traumas on my sheet to come up when y'all have bad rolls, but that requires y'all to have bad rolls.
Yeah.
It also requires us to roll more than like once per session.
Yeah.
yeah.
But
There'll be
that's
more rolls
fine.
probably next session.
Sometimes we gotta talk. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that is PC advancement. Want to do crew advancement?
Yeah. Execute a successful burglary, espionage, robbery, or sabotage.
Not yet.
Working on it. I feel like this is espionage.
It's, honestly, I could see it as either espionage or sabotage. Like it,
Yeah.
you're sabotaging. Well, now you'd potentially be sabotaging the Baron's
Yeah.
plan. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Bruv,
lots-
I'm in the floorboards. If this ain't espionage, I don't know
I'm
what
in the
is.
floorboards. Contend with challenges above your current station. We're in the room with one. I would
And
say.
another one, an even higher one, just
Yeah,
walked in.
we're in the room with a
so-
couple.
Yeah.
Um,
That's fair.
I'm ready to take a trauma just to nuke this place.
Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one.
I mean, everyone talked about how wonderful our reputations were today. I mean, come on.
I would argue the loyalty came out. Mm-hmm. Salome said we
Yeah.
take care of our own. We paid her ass back.
You did. You paid her back, which gave you a lot of goodwill. Like in
Yeah,
this,
RJ,
next
that was
That was
such a good
clutch,
idea.
dude. Clutch.
That's a very good idea.
Goals, drives, inner conflict, essential nature of the crew.
It's what we do.
Yeah. I was
That's what we
extremely
do.
horny and Wings is in the floorboards. Is
Oh,
that how you get to the dimension of regret?
Through the floorboards.
Don't worry about it.
It's literally my favorite thing Wings has ever said is I'm
so
disappearing into
good.
the dimension of regret.
I mean,
Watch this.
What is the telltale heart but peering into the dimension of regret?
Well,
We leveled up.
Woo!
damn. Okay.
We've gotten a good amount of XP the last couple.
Hell yeah.
We keep contending with challenges above our current station.
Yeah.
Fucking around and finding out.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
you
all
can
of them.
decide what to do about it next time. Okay. Let's go around, do stars and wishes, and we'll end with quotes. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. My star. Oh, and he does not look happy, but my star was gonna go to RJ. You good there, buddy? Yeah, he's
Oh.
sour. RJ's been drinking sour specialty
lemon?
sodas all stream, and I think it
Oh.
just got to him.
Yeah, I don't think you want to aspirate that, dude.
You should aspirate malic acid directly into your lungs.
Ugh.
Uh,
It feels bad.
Yep,
that looks bad.
feels bad, man.
Painful.
Was that the lemon?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Poor buddy. But just I mean, literally the entire session was just Fume making some clutch support decisions and just making things smooth goddamn sailing. Just really, really solid. Thanks, buddy. You're the best. And I don't know, we talk about roleplay a lot, but you know what? Like, playing the game well is great. Like, props. Yee.
That's I'm in the floorboards.
I'm in the rule book.
I'm in the goddamn rule book. Yeah, that was great.
Closet waiting to fix your shoes.
I love it. My wish. I really do just want at the end of all of this for us to have like our full Marvel moment of just all of the allies that we have collected over time, including like all of the just little strays that we've adopted, you know, just doing their part. I'm doing my part. So yeah, I really do, because we know we're ending up there. Like, we know that's where we're going, and I'm just really looking forward to that very cinematic moment. Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's me.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. Because I'm gonna give my star to Grackle. One, for being in the floorboards because it's just funny. But also it's like it's indicative of Grackle trying something new. Grackle tried something new. She's embraced the mist. She's becoming one with the mist. She doesn't do new things that much. And so when she
Sorry.
No, go
I
ahead.
gotta say, she's happier in the floorboards than she ever has been.
She's
like,
happier in the
actually talking
floorboards.
to people.
She's like, you mean I can literally phase out of the room?
Like, nobody fucking look at me. I do
Yeah.
not want to be perceived.
Yeah, she's trying something new that still fits into her sort of way of doing things, and I love that for her. She's gonna embrace being a ghost, and it's fun. And also her being in the floorboards is just really funny to me.
I will say something too, that I'll just go ahead and foreshadow for next time with that situation. Grackle may be rolling some resistance rolls to keep from trying to enact revenge.
That's all I've ever wanted. This is gonna be great.
Yay! We love it. Yeah. My wish. I just wanted to get this. I got my wish to go to Tangletown, so I have to come up with a new one now.
Tangletown.
I just want to get this guy on our side.
Yeah.
Gotta catch them all.
I like him. He's hot. And I'm gonna
He's no
continue
bullshit.
to build
He's
my
smart.
harem. And yeah. I want to keep him.
Okay. See how that goes. Make sure you have enough Pokeballs.
Master Ball.
I have plenty. Don't worry about it.
Da, 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 da.
All right. Who's next?
Me. God. So my star goes to. It's so tough. I'll give it to Van and Glass and just. Yes, I'm going to slut it up now, and you're going to not be able to do anything about it. Ha ha, you fell in love with me. That was very good. I guess my wish is directed at Grackle and Val. At some point, I wish Grackle to abduct someone through the floorboards.
Like possessing them or like yanking
Or like
them down to the
yanking them
floorboards?
down.
Yeah.
Like
Both are good.
Both are good.
I
honestly.
wanted Grackle to be like Batman in Arkham Asylum crawling through the goddamn vents.
I mean, I love the mental image of that because you'd think it'd be like a Danny Phantom thing where like you like grab them and like make them intangible and pull them through, but that's not the way the powers work. If Grackle did that, she would be pulling them
Through the floorboards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Breaking through, like full
Drag me to
Constantine
hell style.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I love. That's metal as hell.
Yeah.
It really
Hell
is.
yeah.
That's
I-
such
I
a
don't-
great
we'll see.
subversion. Like you think someone's getting pulled through. No, the ghost comes up and just choke slams you into the floor.
Oh, we'll see how those resistance rolls go. That's your wish. I'm gonna star Salome, because I love whenever she plays the fucking game. Not the like Blades in the Dark game, but like the social game.
Oh yeah, the Dragon Age game. The game of court.
Yes.
The game. Capital G.
game.
The Game of Thrones.
I like just watching her go from like, you know, towing the line, being very diplomatic, being very careful, just sort of like pushing here and there, like dropping hints, and then finally deciding like, okay, mask off. Like if this goes wrong, that I can just magic your memories away. Like I love it. It's just really good. That's all I have to say about that.
It's fun too.
What do I wish for? I'm looking forward to ghost shenanigans, and I'm looking forward to being very scary to Panzea. However things resolve with him, I'm sure it's going to be very fun.
Yeah, I am really interested to see how Panzea is going to react to Ghost Jack.
Ghost Jack.
Yeah, you're a ghost, Jack.
Do you live in ghost stories? Well,
Yeah.
you're in one.
Well, you're in one. I do love that. I'm gonna have to say that now. What if he turns out to be a ghost? All right. That's going to be it. I think everybody did their stuff, right? I didn't leave anybody out. I'm not cutting anyone off. Okay, cool. I'm gonna give the quote today. I mean, I have to give it to Glass either way, I think, because both of these quotes here were really good. I mean, if you have a taste for expensive things, I'm top shelf. I mean, that's like a t-shirt waiting to happen there.
I don't know where that came from.
Yeah.
I was muted when that happened and I said work.
It came
Yeah.
out of my
Yes.
mouth. I was like, "Who is this?"
It's
and
glass.
then-
It's glass. Glass is in.
As
Glass
glass came out.
is deep in there.
Glass
yeah.
came
As
out.
soon as it was
Oh,
said, both RJ and I went to the quote doc and started typing.
We're just punching each other in the quote stock, like, no, no, no.
No, I'm putting
me,
it.
no,
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah,
Thanks,
but I'll give a
guys.
special runner up to the other glass quote on here, which was said near the end of the session, which is so you never know when I need a new hot body to put a ghost in, which
Also
was
true.
also really good.
Thank you.
But yeah, both good.
I was more full of myself today than usual.
It was necessary for the job.
Very good. Well, all righty. That is going to be it for tonight. We will be back next Saturday to continue. So join us then for our next installment. In the meantime, join us on Monday for the next game of Red Jenny. We're playing the Dragon Age TTRPG. Very near the end of our campaign. Super excited to see what happens there at a really interesting crossroads right now. So
In which I'm also extremely full of myself,
yeah,
just in a very different way.
yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you everyone out there for watching. Very much appreciate it. And thank you my lovely players for being a joy to run this game for. As always, we will see everyone next week. And until next time, good game and good night, internet.